Okay, how we doing? We good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. That's hot. Oh, serves me right. To those of you that I might not see tomorrow, Merry Christmas, or at least I hope you guys have the best Merry Christmas you guys can. We don't really have any plans tonight. We're chilling. I think somebody might try to do a group for Fort. I still think we're probably a level too low. They'll probably want me to tank. I think we'll need some pretty solid healing in order for that to happen. Hey, Stogrim, what's going on? Hey, Mike. So yeah, so the plan is to chill for a few hours, of course. Tomorrow might be an early stream. I have to go out in the morning, and I'll probably be gone till around, if I had to guess, I'd say 3 p.m. Eastern, but then I'm home with nothing to do. I was supposed to be out this evening and do a little bit of a later stream, but we had another snowstorm today, so I was out shoveling in that. So, we're in a bit of rough shape. We can't go anywhere. The roads haven't been plowed yet. I don't want to risk, where I'm driving my buddy's car. I don't want to risk getting into any sort of accident. So here we are. I don't have Tim Hortons this evening. I had to make my own. I'm not a fan of my own, but, whatever. It works. There are people on, but not many people around our level. And the ones that are on right now are in a group. Oh, we're 16-13 with no buffs? Oh, because we got the ring. I forgot about the ring. That gave us 2 strength. We don't need that for the time being. We'll keep those because we might switch out of them. I don't see myself needing the 2-hander, but I guess we can keep it on us for the time being? Sure. So what have you guys been up to today? I know some of y'all are prepping for tomorrow. We could probably take a run over to Halnir's and see if anybody's in there. You leveled the monk to 6? Right on, man. Oh, looks like nobody's in Halnir's. Okay, in that case, we will jump over to Thronefast and advertise for a group over there. Should probably pick up our level 18 skills too, right? I don't think we have those on us. We don't. Not that we're going to get 18 tonight, but it's good to have them just in case. What are our 18s? We got our 16s. Rallying Banner. It's crowd control, okay. Immunity to CC. Okay. And then at level 20, I think our skills start to get their upgrades. I really like having both the strength and stamina food. Because we can jump in between whether or not we want to be doing more damage or whether or not we want more hit points. How are you liking the monk so far, Stogrim? You like the monk a lot? Right on. What can you tell me about him? I've never played one. I think we only have two options this evening. We have to try to see if someone's going to Halnir's, or we go up the manor. I don't think anybody's doing spiders. Manor will be a little bit slower. I mean, there'll probably be a fair number of pulls, but the XP probably won't be too great at 17. They seem to have a lot of versatility and debuffs. Dance system changes how they can support. Interesting. What are you up to, Mike? What's going on this evening? What are your plans? Or what are you into? Going to eat dinner soon and relax? Right on. I can get behind that. We only have a tank stance right now. They call them gates. They're basically temporary stances. Oh, so like GAITS. Like your gait, your walk, your movement. Or is it gates like they channel some kind of energy? Like chi gates? Okay, gotcha. So, I did not start a human paladin who got to about level 5. I did not do that. Just getting that on the record. I did not do that. They modify your tankiness, DPS, armor piercing. Some of your abilities do different things. And I also did not have thoughts about starting a Dire Lord. There are dungeons in the game now, Mike, and it is more of a group experience than a solo experience. Solo is there, and you can find stuff to do, but if you want to experience everything the game has to offer, it's going to be group. Yeah, there's not many people in the town square. Maybe until we get a bite, we should jump into quests. Let's see what we have for quests that we can work on. Stain is used by a carpenter. Easy to make. Well, there are several types of wood stain. The simplest is crushed walnuts and alchemical flux. Crushed walnuts. I think we have some walnuts, right? Okay, let's take those. And flux we don't have, but flux requires water and rock salt. We put water in here somewheres. There's water. There's rock salt. Okay, let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can make whatever this is. I think there's actually an alchemy tool we can buy now that we couldn't afford before. So we'll go talk to her real quick. Now, I think it was the oil press? Or was it the mixing pan? Polish kit, oil press. Looks like it was the mixing pan. Nope, mixing pan is there. Glue pot is there. Polish kit is there. Flux is there. Oil press is there. Improved alchemy. An improved set of tools including multiple vials, mortar and pestle, simple alembic. 36. What's our alchemy right now? 45. We don't have the improved, right? Portable flux, no other pot. Nope. Okay, let's pick it up. So now we have that. Improve, move to the schematics bag. So now... Alright, so that makes the flux. Okay, walnut wood stain. That was easy and automatically popped up. We need 3 of them. I think we have 3 walnuts, right? That was easy. 1. Wait, it's already ready? Oh, it makes us... Oh, it makes 5. Okay, cool. Well, since we're at it, craft an entangle flask. Go out and gather some tangle root, fox... Oh, we need fox blood, I think. Sulfur we have. Tangle root, beetle legs. Tangle root, beetle legs. Get away from the table. Wait, I need the bank. Merp. Tangleroot, fox blood, rat blood, wolf blood, boar blood, boar blood, snake blood, bat blood. No fox blood, so we need to go kill some foxes. Tangleroot, sulfur, and beetle legs. There's the beetle legs. There's the tangleroot. There's the sulfur. So we just need fox blood. Okay, what else do we have? Artful stench. Bear blood and... Oh, we're not going to get those venom glands without going into the goblin case. Okay, so that's pretty much on hold. Falcon feathers are an AVP. We haven't found those trees yet. Citrine, Spinel, and Topaz. Citrine. Spinel. Spinel? Spinel? Am I even saying that right? I don't even know. Why won't this separate? And then... Topaz? Topaz. Oh, the inventory splitting. Please fix inventory. Okay, so that's complete. So, we don't have falcon feathers. That's complete. Low quality wolf pelts. Low quality boar. Low quality bear. Low quality wolf. We have 2. That's all we have is 2. Alright, we need a low quality wolf pelt. We need 7 bright cap mushrooms and we have 6. Don't think we have any... Nope. 5 rat tails we don't have. Snake scales we don't have. Frost crystals, we can't find that cave. Hill yellowback hornets. Okay. Longsword. Five tattered pelts. We have that. We got a group. I think the group is at the manor. We'll be going up to the manor, at least for a while. That's completed. Slay 10 rats of any size. Not going to do that one. Slay 4 initiates. We could probably do that real quick. Alright, let's go turn in what we have. So we have 1 turn in at the Alchemist and 1 at the Gathering. I said Gathering. Alright, we already have better than that, but we'll do that just to unlock it. You want Tassimore for that. I think we have that in the bank. I think we have 5. We only want 3. Yep. Oh, sure. Split right away. Okay, so that's done. Now we have a turn in for alchemy, and then we should be on our way to the manor. We have all the kits. What does oil press do? Plant, fish, flask of water. Mixing pan is fruit, blood, tannin. We don't have tannin yet. Where does tannin come from? Ah, the improved alchemy makes magic stuff. Okay. Alright. We have no other turn-ins at the moment, right? Oh, we have one. Leather worker. Oh, let me go see if I got bones in the bank. If not, we'll go and kill a couple skeletons. I think I have some bones for trade. Nope. Okay, I'll go kill a couple. Hey, Tyron, what's going on? You started a summoner. Uh-oh. Gonna get addicted. Summoner gets to have 2 pets in this game. Where did I go? Wrong building. Leather worker. That's wood. Leather worker. The dude at the crafting corner? Might be the dude at the crafting corner. What's a good trade skill for a summoner? I don't know. I don't know if you'd want to do outfitting for your cloth armor. Where's Linnea? Oh, there he is. Okay. Now, because we did that, does the armorer have a new quest? Or no, it's not the armorer, it's the weaponsmith. No. Okay, we have nothing else at the moment to turn in, so let's put the stuff in the bank and then head out. Summoner trade skills. I don't know how much use you'd get with alchemy. Jewel crafting is out of the game at the moment. The jewelry wasn't functioning the way they wanted it, so they removed jewel crafting until they can figure out a workaround. 21, 24. That's the last. Okay, that's the high level one. We don't need those. We don't need those. We don't need that. These have to go back in the bank. So that will go there. That will go there. We had this out for something, but I'm not going to bother with it right now. We got our weapons, right? Yeah, we're just going to use the two-hander. Okay, let's head out there. Hey, Justin, what's happening? Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas to the rest of you if I don't see you tomorrow as well. I mean, I'll be here tomorrow, but if you guys aren't here tomorrow, hope you guys have the best Merry Christmas you can have. Even if it's not merry. Taylor for armor, Fletcher for stabs, provision for food. Oh, yeah, you're breaking down the trade skills. There you go, Tyrant. Stogram's got some valid information there for you. We have an apartment, so Sandra will be coming via the crawl space in the building's hallway. That's okay, I have nothing set up here. It's just me. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bummed because I'm not gonna be able to see my niece and nephew this year. But we don't need to go into it. We're here to chill. We still have a bit of a run, people. We gotta get up to the top of this mountain. Okay, where are they fighting? They're on the cliff? They're on the cliff. We don't have a shaman. So no 5 strength. So let's eat for strength. I like seeing 3 rows of debuffs, though. You told me to forget about them. So I didn't get any. Yeah, I don't have any on me. Well, you can't say stuff like don't worry about it. Right? You said don't worry about it, so I didn't worry about it. I don't have my shield on for the interrupt. So unless somebody else has an interrupt, Phobia is going to go off. If you don't want DPS, I can put a shield on. I believe Tyrant is on the Lucent Tree server as well, Stogrim. He had asked me the other night what server I was on. I mean, maybe we'll actually get the ethereal shoulders. At least I think there are ethereal shoulders here. I was going to finish the book recording today, but I didn't. Having to go back out and shovel twice today was enough. I was like, I'm writing the day off. Yeah, it was interesting, Justin. They kept telling us for the last 3 months that we weren't going to see any snow at all until mid-January, which makes sense because that's how it was last year and the year before, which is not normal because we normally start seeing snow the beginning of December. However, they fibbed because we got dumped on yesterday and then we got dumped on today. Buggers. Meteorology is a crock. Like a Bachelor of Arts diploma. Worthless in today's age. Wake up in the morning, look outside, and make a guess. You got 5 inches today. I sent the rest to you. Man, you sent too much to me. I've got 2 feet of friggin' snow in my yard. Actually, probably more than 2 feet of snow right now. Okay, blade is 54, which is perfect. What did crushing get up to? 54. Perfect. Do we have anything else? We don't have the great axe with us. Heavy crushing, I think, is 50. No, it's not yet. All right, that's the next one. Actually, that's the last one. Man, to think we can now get up to 23 strength and 20 stamina, or 21 stamina is nuts. Oh, I also found out something interesting. With a two-hander, ogres can stand at a pretty relative distance and be out of direct melee. Found out yesterday by a fluke. Don't forget, people, we got a key we're giving away at some point throughout this stream. So if you're not in the game, you might have an opportunity. (51 of 54). They got to rebuff before we keep pulling. So what's everybody doing for tomorrow? Anybody going to visit anybody? I mean, I guess you guys, if you were going to travel, you probably already traveled. Chilling around the house. I know I'm making a trip to Tim Hortons. Unless I wake up tomorrow and we have a third storm. Which I hope not. They say there's snow for Wednesday, but this is getting ridiculous. I chose this week to have off for a reason, and it wasn't for snow. And now all I'm getting is snow. You have 15 grandchildren? Holy smokes. You are going to have a busy day. Sorry, Merry Christmas. Oh, Merry Christmas, man. Brunch in the AM, gifts, then an early dinner at 3 at the niece of a family friend. Okay, gotcha. Wait, so that means you and the missus don't have to cook? Fantastic. Or are you guys taking something with you? Is that a thing? Or do you guys just go and have dinner? I was cooking now for the AM. Oh, gotcha. And then you're taking the pudding tomorrow. Okay, right. I remember you mentioning the pudding, I think, yesterday. Hey, Vec, what's going on? Did I watch Crush play Pantheon or sing or play music? Which between the two? Hey, listen, man, if you want to... I'm guessing if that's a streamer, they're probably doing Christmas songs. If you want to listen to them do Christmas songs, man, by all means. I won't take offense. Gotta get climbing up there. Everything else is up there. Why is he still on me? Get on the tank. He's looking at me. Oh, no, he's not looking at me. You want to watch me do Christmas songs? Yeah. Hang on a second. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Jingle bells, Batman smells. Robin laid an egg. The Batmobile lost a wheel and Joker got away. Hey. Pull out the guitar. I've got two. Actually, I've got three. I've got three guitars. And before everybody goes, does Krushnek play guitar? No. I haven't. I haven't picked them up in 15 years. I don't even know why I bought them. Well, I know why I bought them, because I thought I was going to learn guitar. I just never bothered. I've got a Fender and, what's the other one? I don't remember. It's a long story. Am I getting aggro? I'm getting aggro. Game has good lighting. The game has phenomenal lighting. I love the lighting in this game. The lighting and the audio. For sure. Like, look at the shimmer of the sun. It's shimmering through that tree just like it would if you were outside and you looked up through your tree. Like, that is fantastic. This guy decides to put his new weapon on that he has no skill points in, and he's tanking. I don't get the way people think. Now the healer's dead, because the tank couldn't pull aggro, so now I'm gonna have to pull aggro, and I can't really tank without a shield. Why would you tank with a weapon you have no skill points in? And now I'm gonna die and probably lose my level. Fantastic. I'm dead. Because you're going to carry him while he levels it. You would think, Tyron. You would think. And now he's asking me to tank so we can level up his axe skill. Oh my. He just got people killed. Like, I don't understand people's thinking. I don't understand people's thinking. Couples ride after this manor on clear nights and have a picnic. Right, just stay away from the spirits. Or imbibe in the spirits. Oh wait, we talking ghosts? I just don't get the logic of people, man. You do not get a new weapon where you have no skill points, put it on in a roll like a tank, and then expect a tank. He was missing 99.9% of his attacks. Which means the healer got all the aggro, he got the healer killed, he got DPS killed. Like, you can't... And they didn't die because they didn't get aggro, because they didn't hit the mob hard enough to get aggro. Who was pulling? Was it you, Finn? Were you pulling? Dude, I'm so glad we got the chess piece last night. $172 AC. I just need a tier 2 shield. I need a shield from somewheres. Apparently there's a shield in Halnir's. And somebody said Bitterbone that spawns behind us has a shield. I haven't seen it though. Is there a rating? There plans to be M, yes. There are some guilds have done raids. They've gone into what arguably would be considered group content with their guildmates and have raided through the dungeon further than they would normally go. But yes, raiding will be a thing. Okay, phobia should be coming. Right after this. There it is. I got as big as an ogre. I Arnold Schwarzeneggered it from the 80s. I pumped it up. I Hans and Franzed it. Be cool. Dude asked me to tank, and then he starts using his taunt abilities. That's cool. Hey, Rev, what's happening? Yeah, you too, man. Merry Christmas. Happy ho-ho. Used his taunt again. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Rev. Thanks for using your Prime Gaming on the channel, man. Another sub to dodge the ads. Now you can listen every time I start yapping about something. Well, thank you. It's appreciated. I mean, it's pretty cool with the whole sub. I mean, obviously, it's an incentive for people to support the streamer and also an incentive to dodge the ads, right? I mean, ads are inevitable. And 90% of the streams you're going to come across, you're going to experience ads, whether they're all up front, whether they're spread throughout the stream. Some larger streamers throw a whole bunch of ads on their channel, which is unfortunate for a lot of people, but whatever. It's a discussion for another time and place. But anyways, now that you're subbed, you won't get any ads. Not that there's a problem with the ads, you know, streaming's like a TV show, right? Like streaming has become the new media for people. The tens of thousands of people that tune into the bigger popular streamers now, it's their TV. And it's better than TV when you think about it. You sit around because from 9 to 10 at night you want to watch Law and Order on a Wednesday night. That's 1 hour in the week. You jump into your favorite streamer and all of a sudden you've killed a whole day. You've killed a week. You've killed a month. You've killed a year. Like all the people out there that always complain about ads. Like, it just stop being childish about ads. Amazon is a business, right? But people still feel like they gotta mention ads. Like, I'll start talking and tell a story or what have you, or I'll start rambling and people will say ads. Well, I don't know what to tell you. You got the ads. I'm not gonna start over from the beginning. That's not gonna happen. Right there, whatever he's doing right there with that hand animation is generating threat. I don't know. I'm gonna have to start a Dire Lord. I gotta understand how a Dire Lord is played. There's no reason this guy should be pulling aggro every other attack off me, whether he's using a two-hander or not. I've got my taunt banner up, and I'm using my taunt every time it comes up. It's impossible for him to be pulling aggro every attack. He's taunting. He just did it again right there. Fidium Fiber really wants my business. All I seem to get Fidium Fiber. Oh, for streaming ads, you mean? Yeah, I'm gonna have to start a Dire Lord. We might roll one tomorrow. I gotta figure out how they play. That's why I rolled a Paladin. I hate to say that I rolled a Paladin because I didn't roll a Paladin, but I didn't not roll a Paladin. But I'm gonna have to start a Dire Lord. I gotta figure out how they play. There you go, Vec. You can make a Halfling Dire Lord and check out Wild's End. That might be an option. Level to 8-9-ish, I can group with your Ranger. I feel like we would need a healer as well. I mean, you could always try a Shaman. I hear a lot of Shamans love playing Shamans. There's a very rare chance to reroll for people who choose Shaman. They're like ants everywhere. I know. I know. Yeah, like none of the guild is on. Yeah, like we have better gear than him. We have higher stats than... Yeah, there's no way he's pulling aggro every auto attack unless he's taunting. The thing is, with the warrior filling two roles, tanking and DPS, and I'm explaining this because it's getting to my point. I choose to not use certain skills because they generate threat. So for example, we have two swords down here, right? This first one is Mocking Blow. It deals damage to the target but generates bonus threat. When I'm DPSing, I never use this. Unless I see the healer on low mana and the tank on low health, then I'll start using this to build hate in case I have to pick it up. Over here we have Forward Swing, which is our DPS ability, which is what I do use. All these other ones I do use. For my banners, I don't use the taunt banner. You can see the taunt banner's not here. That's the black background or brown background banner I just had. Where is it? Where is it? Right there. Right there. Challenger's banner. That's the taunt banner. And he was pulling aggro every round. There's no way he does that with a two-handed weapon. There's no way. He was leveling up a weapon with a 15 damage. I'm using a 19 damage two-hander. There's no way. So he was taunting, which tells me that he was using all the same skills as normal. Which is fine. But, you know, don't try and make it seem like, you know, the warrior's not trying. I feel like your pally ult is going to be the one that converts you to the light. Well, I will say this. Leveling the pally to, I think, level 4, there's a skill they get called something strike. It acts like a bit of a heal. That thing is ridiculous. I chose human. My pally is human right now. The reason why I chose human is because so my plan is I won't be playing paladin or dire lord on launch, but I want to understand how the tanks work. So I'm gonna roll the warrior. I'm gonna roll a paladin. I'm gonna roll a dire lord. That's it. No other classes. Just those three. And then I'm gonna try and mess around with them, see what happens, and get a better understanding as to how they function as tanks. Not so much DPS. I could care less about DPS. But I know how a paladin plays. I need to understand how a dire lord plays now. Because as I mentioned, there's no way he's pulling aggro every melee round off a two-handed weapon unless he's taunting. And I don't know how the threat generation is built on a dire lord, because I believe they have some sort of passive thing. They have some sort of like a readiness meter they have to utilize. But I don't play dire lord, so I have no idea. Hey Cheesy, what's happening? How you doing? And don't forget, gang, at some point during the stream, I got a key I'm giving away, so you're gonna have to be watching. It will not be audio. You've been banned from Twitch for a month for not having a good filter on what you say? You've never said anything out of whack on my channel. We haven't started pulling again because people are feeding their dogs, apparently. One person left to feed their dogs has been gone a bit, so another person said, oh, you know what? I'll feed my dogs too, and now they're AFK. It will, Mike. It'll be on the stream itself, so anywhere you can see the stream is where you're gonna see it. See, I'll show you. So, we're fighting. I'm not going to use my taunt banner. We're going to use our hit rate banner. But I'm going to go ahead and use Mocking Blow. And then taunt by accident. And then he turns on me. Then he goes back. See? Just like I said, he's taunting. Tanks need to understand that when you're doing the role of DPS and somebody else is tanking, you are not to use your tanking rotation. It's the worst thing you can do. When I go DPS, I lose my shield. If I lose my shield as a warrior, I can't interrupt. Right? There's a lot of things that happen when you change roles. Glad to have a place to live. My back pain's better today. Couldn't even walk yesterday. It was fun. I know all about that, Justin. I know all too much about that. Twitch decided Asmongold's chat was too extreme, so they decided to moderate it manually and ban people from Twitch instead of the channel. Really? How did that come about, Cheesy? Was there a notification for that? Did he say that? I've been living with it for 30 years, Justin. I have I have a surgically altered spine. Not going to go into details, but I've had it a long time. It's all I know. 24/7 pain, 365. Nothing I can do about it. Not taking painkillers, don't want to get hooked. I just don't talk about it. No worries, Em. I mean, there's nothing I could do about it. It happened a long time ago. Somebody I thought was a friend, turned out they weren't. Haven't seen them since. It was a football accident. There are several overworld dungeons and one dungeon zone so far. Yeah, Pot. Yeah, there's 3 or 4 different locations that you can crawl through. I mean, realistically, you could say the manor here is a dungeon. We're just pulling from the front of it. There's a whole area to the back that can be pulled as well. It's designed to set up multiple groups. That, but he's been having a big drama with Twitch for a while, threatening to expose and leave them. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't follow enough of the Twitch ecosystem to understand everybody. I just know that first impressions are everything. I'll say that. First impressions are everything. Yeah, when I see someone give opinions about stuff that they haven't researched and don't understand and have a lot of ignorance behind whatever comes out of their mouth, I don't have time for them. The problem is they influence a large crowd. They could make or break a game, period. Like, I was on here earlier today, and I was watching the level chat, and they were actually talking about him and a couple other people, and how they've been giving, for lack of a better term, ignorant opinions and information. Ignorant meaning they didn't have all the information when they opened their mouth. And people were trying to say, well, listen, if you dislike these people so much, why are you giving them breath? Why are you still talking about them? And in some cases, you could say, okay, fine, we should not talk about it. But in this case, you can't do that. And the reason I say that is, they could damage a game. Like this game, for example. Let's say this game comes out. Or let's say this game gets closer to release. And they're relying on influencers to talk up the good stuff, point out the bad stuff, and not crap all over the game. But then a streamer that holds a court with 30,000 viewers goes ahead and craps all over the game without having all the information they need. Chances are a good portion of their audience doesn't have the information either, because they take it off of the streamer. So all of a sudden they don't play the game. So now all of a sudden a game doesn't get the player base that it needs to survive. People turn around and go, oh, well, they're a blah, 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 blah viewer, and if they had no interest in playing the game company shouldn't develop a game expecting it. Yes, they should. Game developments are business. They design games to get people. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Visionary Realms is taking a risk because they're not looking to grab everybody. They're not looking for everybody and their dog to give this game a go. They're looking for the people who are behind the EQ-style social MMO aspect of gaming. That's what they're looking for. Nothing else. It's going to be a much smaller population. Now, you take these individuals with these large ports or crowds that aren't these type of people, they have no choice but to speak ignorant. And when they speak ignorant, it hurts this game. It hurts any game. I have seen games. Darkest Dungeon. I've said this before. There are a number of big streamers still today that gave Darkest Dungeon a try when it was in development, like 10 years ago. And they said a lot of stuff about the game being broken, not being designed properly, not being optimized, too difficult. Nobody was going to be able to get on with it. The game was fine. The game was pretty much flawless when it came out, but they didn't explore. They had what's called the iceberg effect, which means they were only looking at 10% and they were missing the 90. And I know this because I would click on their streams when I had time at work, and I would watch them talk about and lose their absolute mind and get angry. And these are streamers that you would watch today and think they're cool and friendly and the community's good. This was not the case 10 years ago. I'm not going to say who, but I saw it. I grew up with it, and they just said all this bad stuff about the game. The game came out, and it did nowhere near what it was supposed to. Now, a year later, it caught on, and it got a bit of an audience. But it could have had its proper audience if all these individuals had have played the game and fleshed out the systems, I should say, in order to make a more informed decision, and they didn't. And it's very unfortunate when that happens. So when you see people talk about blah, 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 why are you talking about this streamer or these streamers and da-da-da? Because it matters. If you want to play this game, there's a chance they screw you over. You don't even know the person. You don't even know the people. But there's a chance they are the reason that you don't get to play the game you want to play. It can happen. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't understand that, then you don't have a business mentality. And I don't know what to tell you. But you should do some homework. You should do some research. You should look into how businesses operate. I mean, it makes my mind reel. I like to think I have a lot of common sense. And I definitely have a lot of experience in sales. It's what I've done for 3 decades. But listening to people bring up this stuff like blah, 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 streamers don't mean anything, you shouldn't talk, don't worry about them, blah, 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 let them do their thing, you do your thing. No, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. They hold sway. Us as streamers hold sway over whether or not you get to play a game, whether or not developers get backers, whether or not developers get investors, whether or not developers get publishers. It happens. Every once in a while, you'll get what's called a lightning in a bottle. Minecraft. Minecraft didn't have streamers. Minecraft had one dude who designed a game, and Microsoft ended up buying it off of him for a whole lot of money. That's lightning in a bottle. That's not the norm. That's not how it works. Now, with that said, the game itself might do itself bad press because it's not designed efficiently, or it's not where you think it's supposed to be based on what the developers have told you. That's a different story. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about somebody who goes in, only looks at 10% of the whole thing, and then gives an opinion. That is just ignorant. That's what we're talking about. Companies sue other companies for doing that. Companies sue employees for doing that. Like New World, for example. I'm going to use New World. New World, when it first came out, it was a different type of game. For those who don't know, New World was meant to be 99% player-based. It was all player-run stuff. The economy was supposed to be player-based. The crafting was player-based. The group, everything was supposed to be player-based. There was supposed to be a heavy focus on PvP. Unfortunately, when AGS, Amazon Game Studios, designed the game and released it in its early development phase, a lot of the people that jumped in to play the game didn't like what they were playing because there wasn't enough to do and there weren't enough people to build the monster or machine that Amazon Game Studios was looking for New World. So over a period of time, they had realized that they had erred and that they needed to get more PvE content put into the game to draw in more players. So then, of course, the Brimstone Sands update happened about a year and a half, somewhere between a year and a half after New World came out, and the game became a totally different beast. And today, New World is a phenomenal game. If you make a character right now in New World and play through all the content and do all the stuff with all the other players and go on the raids and the events and so on, it's a phenomenal game. The combat is very hectic, it's action-packed, the dungeons are some of my all-time favorite dungeons. People will go around and say, oh, New World's garbage and New World's trash, and they're either going off of how the game was in the first year or because these individuals have voiced their ill-informed opinions, and they have, the people have no choice but to believe those individuals. I played through New World for like 3 years. I went all through it. I did everything. New World was phenomenal. I loved tanking in New World. I liked everything about it. The only problem I had was there wasn't enough raid content, which is not a big deal. But that's just one example. I could list off 15 examples right now, but I'm not going to. I'm just saying, when streamers give their opinions on stuff, specifically games either in development or released, they need to do the homework. But they don't care that they don't do all the homework because their purpose is to jump from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. Right? It's why you see streamers play one game and then all of a sudden, maybe they do a second stream in the day and they're playing a different title. Or they get into a game like, I don't know, Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls Online. That takes months and months and months, if not years, to get through, but they only play about a month of it, and then they're on to the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. It's what they do. Because if these individuals dwelled on the same product for a long period of time, they'd lose their audience. That's why. There's a whole business system to how streamers operate, and I'm well versed in all of it. How bad is the death penalty in this game? Nom nom. So typically when you die, I believe right now you lose 5% of whatever level you are. It doesn't seem like it's a large amount, but it's significant because it'll take you a while to build it back. Because if you're fighting if you die and then get rezzed or recover your body and start fighting wherever you left off at, it's going to take you much longer to get that XP back. Oh, I shouldn't say much longer. It will take you longer to get that XP back. But the XP penalty is not what I would call severe. The only time I would consider it being severe is if you just leveled. If you just leveled and you have less than 5% into your new level, the next time you die, you lose your level. So you'll have to get that level back again. But that means that if you just studied some spells, you won't have those spells until you re-level. Or re-ding, as we call it. But it's not that bad. It's not that bad. People are going to cry about it, but it's not that bad. It could be worse. They could have put it at 10%. They could put it at 15%. $5% is nothing. People will come along and say, oh, the XP penalty should be like 2.5% or 3%. It shouldn't be 5%. Go away. Don't play this game. Don't ruin it for the rest of us. I only say that because I've seen people type it. That's the only reason I'm saying it. Because I've seen people type it. It's like I had a friend of mine that I met on Twitch a long time ago. They were telling me, was it this morning? I think it was this morning we were talking for about 15 minutes. I guess Joppa was watching a video yesterday of, I want to say it was Lazy Peon. I think he's a YouTuber that does MMO content. And I guess I guess he had a video about Pantheon, but my buddy was telling me that there was quite a bit of ignorance there in the fact that I guess he was giving certain opinions without having all the information, or he didn't realize that he needed more information to give the opinion. I asked for a couple of examples, he gave them, and I was like, oh, I get it. So again, he might have thought he was experiencing what, like maybe he should have had somebody along with him that played the game or worked on the game to help him get his opinion, but, you know, it's very difficult when you don't know what you're looking for. I mean, the only real, as far as pros and cons go, the only real con I have about this game is that silly little bug where you get stuck in the wall. Every time you get stuck in the wall, it drives me absolutely bananas between my ears. Absolutely nuts. I don't say it to you guys, but it drives me nuts every time I get stuck in the wall. But that's about it. Everything else in this game is I mean, it's working fine. I enjoy the groups. I enjoy the areas we've camped at. Like, I enjoy the manor. The manor has difficulty. People don't pay attention, and the group ends up paying for it, as you saw earlier this evening, when the tank decided to put on a weapon with no skill points in it and try to tank. And because I was already DPSing, I didn't have my shield up, which means the healer died, and then the DPS died, and I couldn't hold the hate because I didn't have my shield. And the tank couldn't put their shield on because they'd already put in their weapon that had no skills in it. So yeah, that stuff happens. That stuff drives me nuts. Level it up on your own time. Or switch roles. Tell me to tank and you want a DPS and we'll do that. You get your skill ups and then switch back over. Unbelievable. Ragnarok on... Oh man, I haven't played Ragnarok in... well, since it shut down. Ragnarok Online, Asheron's Call. Oh, I remember when those games ended. I'm AFK for 10 minutes and you guys got Crush all worked up. I can't be here all the time. I know, man. I just want to see games that are worked on and that are working. I want to see them, you know, prosper. I don't like when people give ignorant opinions. You need to do your homework. That's why I think we're going to start a Paladin and a Dire Lord. So I can get an understanding of all three tanks. That way I don't speak out my posterior. Hey, Chris, what's happening? What do you want to know about the Dire Lord? So, okay, so here's the situation. I was in a situation where I was asked to tank in a group with a Dire Lord because the Dire Lord was leveling up a weapon they had no skill points in. Now, they didn't say this until after they tried to fight stuff with no skill points and got the healer dead and DPS dead. We recovered, I got a tell, they said, hey, you mind tanking while I level up my weapon? I said, sure, I'll tank. Put a shield on, away we go. Every single attack round, the Dire Lord kept taking aggro from me, and I kept seeing him use an animation involving his hand. And I'm thinking to myself, this guy has got to be using his threat. There is no way with my threat banner out, all my threat skills on a target, that every single combat round, the Dire Lord who is one level lower and lesser geared is pulling aggro every round. And it drives me nuts because you don't ask me to tank and then you sit there and do all your same tanking rotation when you're not set up to tank. That's all. So I was thinking maybe I should level up the Dire Lord to see how they function, so at least I know in the future. The Dire Lord generating hate. Do they have a passive? Is there like I have readiness to use certain skills. Does the Dire Lord have something that they work that actually constantly applies hate? Or do they have to land a skill to generate hate? Because it feels like, or it felt like, the Dire Lord has a way to constantly build hate passively. We also have readiness in another pool called Essence. I'm guessing Essence is your hate? Have to land a skill, I believe. Not all abilities or skills generate threat, but quite a few of them do. We also have stances. So you have stances that generate hate as well? Like you have a stance, like kind of like monks? Like you have a stance for generating hate, a stance for DPS. Okay, so you just answered my question. So maybe we won't roll a Dire Lord. I think I got my answer. Thank you. I was saying earlier, when I'm doing either role, tanking or DPSing, if I'm asked to go into a group as DPS, I won't use my threat skills. I leave them out. I use the other skills and then I rely on timing my auto attacks, because I don't want to pull aggro foolishly and mess things up, especially if a mob has a frontal, a cone, whatever. This person taking aggro every single combat round was not doing that, so I get it. They were generating their hate like normal, which they shouldn't have been doing. But I guess maybe they don't know or they don't understand that when they're not tanking, they shouldn't be tanking, if you catch my meaning. You can't just say, I can tank and DPS and use all the same skills and all the same rotations. That's not what they mean. That's not what it means. It doesn't, like, there's no switch that just flips on. It says, I'm a tank, you're DPS. Use all your same skills. It's, oh, I'm DPS? Okay, I won't use my taunt. I won't generate my threat. The only time I generate threat as DPS, and if you look at yesterday's stream and the stream before, you'll see there were points where the warrior, or the tank was low on health, the healers were out of mana. I build gradual threat so I know that if the tank goes down, I'm the next person to get it rather than the mob go right off to the healer. But that's because I've been around long enough, I know how to tank. I like to think I know how to tank. I guess a number of people just don't realize that they don't put that thought in, I guess. This happened to you in Helnir's last evening? Button mashers? I don't know if they're button mashers, Fatty. I don't know offhand if it's button mashing. I think what it is... you know... I don't want to say button mashing or face rolling, but I will say this. I think whatever they do when they tank, they do when they DPS. Which is not what you're supposed to do. If you're a tank and you're DPSing and your role is to DPS, you are not generating threat. But they generate threat. I was tanking. It was decided my AC was too low, so we had the Conjurer's pet tank instead? What? Did the Conjurer's pet perform better? Like, what level was the Conjurer's pet, if you don't mind me asking? You were just too low? Group was being nice. 13 or 14. Ravage was one-shotting it? Gotcha. Did you manage to get any of the ethereal gear out of Hal? Or not the ethereal gear, but the Scarred Husk gear while you were there? You got boots and hey, look, see, there you go. Not so low now. The chest is a nice grab. I didn't get the chest for the longest time. I was given the chest. Level 10 to 12 is a DL are like the same years as a kid. Very confused. Yes, so apparently that's a universal thing with the game. A lot of people are finding confusion at certain stop gaps. 7 to 8 is one. I believe 11 to 13. And then 17 is a bit odd because of the content that's available, what groups will take you, who won't. I think they're working on that, trying to smooth it out. Have I played Grim Dawn? Oh, cheesy, yes, long time ago. I played all that, the ARPGs. Grim Dawn was great. I like Grim Dawn. A lot of solo boars. I was the same way, Chris. I went to Boar Alley. That's how I found out about Boar Alley. Your entire rotation is threat generating. DPS skills are not fully developed. Yeah. Well, he didn't even pick it up there. Does this game have its own manga, manhwa to promote itself? Atmosphere. No, it doesn't have anything to do with any sort of pop culture at all. It's its own thing. Universe, ecosystem. You think this game has an anime type feel? I don't get that. What makes you say that, GZ? I don't feel like there's any... I don't see any anime inspiration in the faces. I see something like the Star Wars, like the Clone Wars, Star Wars animation. I don't see manga. I mean, if you look at Vanguard and you look at EverQuest 2, when Luslan came out for EverQuest 2, the graphics update had a couple of the races looking kind of anime-ish. Oh, that could be it, Justin. So there was a point, Cheesy, last year where they were going to do a graphics change. There was going to be an overhaul. They were going to make it easier for them so that they could develop more content and make the game run smoother. However, when they released images of what they were going to do, the internet pretty much exploded and said, hey, don't do that. So they changed their mind and decided not to do that. So we never got that graphical change. This is their original idea, image. And then when this game gets over to Unity 6 in the beginning of next year, it's going to look sharper. It's going to look better. I love the aesthetic of the game. I think it's fantastic. I like the way the races look. I like the areas. And I think with the colors, I think what you mean with the colors is the lighting in the game. It's the lighting that adds the colors, and the lighting in this game is phenomenal. Have they shown any screenshots of Unity 6? No, not as of yet. And I'm not a programmer myself, so I have no idea what the difference would be. I don't even know what the best Unity 5 is. I mean, you have games like Elder Scrolls Online, which I think is Unreal. I think ESO is Unreal. I don't know what all is in Unity that you could compare it to. I remember when Unreal was doing the whole subscription thing like Adobe is doing, Unity took off and a lot more companies switched their stuff over to Unity. Going to be the same thing for Monsters and Memories? I should look more into Monsters and Memories. I'm still for this game, and if they both were to come out at the same time, I'd be in Pantheon. But I should look at Monsters and Memories. When the retail comes out, will you have to start all over? My understanding is yes. Which makes sense. Now, I believe they have said that they may look at having a server or 2 or 3 for current players, and then the majority of servers for the new start. But I would think a universal wipe would be the only option. Nobody should be able to take their in-development characters into a live version of the game, or into a launched, officially launched version of the game. That's just crazy. The imbalance that would bring is just nuts. Graphics and rendering enhancements. GPU resident drawer allows for more efficient rendering of large, complex worlds by offloading to the GPU. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Unity 6 is just an improved version of moving everything to the graphics card as opposed to the CPU. That's kind of like how streaming works, truth be told. With the newer versions of like NVIDIA graphics cards, like the 40 series and then the 50 series that's due to come out in the next few months, you can actually take more and more of the streaming software and send it to your graphics card instead of your CPU. And it'll run it at the same, if not better quality than if it was attached to your CPU. I don't do that specifically because I have a multi-PC setup. I have a streaming PC and a gaming PC, so if the game comes down for whatever reason, I'm still on stream, and if the stream comes down, I'm still in the game. So Monsters and Memories. It's fun if you enjoy old EQ1. And see, that's the thing. Like, can I get behind another EQ1, or would I just go to EQ1? Right? I mean, those of you that have been here long enough, you know that I've been in EQ for the past decade, right? I'm probably the longest, most running EQ streamer consistently. There are a couple other streamers who have streamed a fair bit of EQ over the last 8-9 years, but I'm the only one I think that's been on like 6 different progression servers over a 9-year period, I would say. Hey, Soto-san. Hello again. How's the farming been? Got any good drops? Not as of yet. Not this evening. I'm looking for the shoulders and the helmet for the armor. We got the chest last night. So the chest dropped for us last night. So we have the boots, the legs, the gloves, and the chest. But apparently there are also shoulders, helm, and wrist. I haven't seen these 3 pieces yet. The other ogre that's in the group got the helmet last night, so I haven't seen the shoulder yet, but I'm told the shoulder exists. I would have liked to have been in Halnir's tonight, but where it's Christmas Eve. Oh, by the way, to those of you who are just joining or have only been here for a short period of time, Merry Christmas. Hope you guys plan on having the merriest of Christmases, and if not, I hope you make the best of it. I say that every year. I know some of us don't get the best Christmases every year, but, you know, all we can do is make the best of it. Tolerate it till the 26th, and you don't have to worry about it again for another 364 days. Okay, dagger's up to 54. We can take that off. We need to level anything else right now. We don't have a staff with us. We don't have a spear. I don't have my two-handed sword. I don't have my two-handed axe. Okay. Does dual wield follow the slow and main hand fast offhand formula? I believe there is a formula for dual wielding, but as far as how it improves, they've made dual wield just a static ability. So that's why it's 1 of 1 right here. It just means that if you have dual wield at 1 of 1, you can dual wield. Then the game factors in the speed of both of your weapons. So for example, if I go ahead and put on my main hammer and my main axe, my axe has a delay of 3.1. My warhammer, which as far as I'm concerned is overpowered, has a delay of 1.8. So typically, you would put the slower weapon in the main hand because you don't want a delay in between your skills. So you know that with a faster... people will say often that you put the fast weapon in the main hand and the slow weapon in the offhand, but you don't want that because then all of a sudden the main weapon goes and it has to wait for the offhand to catch up. But if you have it like this, and the main hand is butting against the offhand, like, let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go, and then the offhand goes, both goes, right? So you put the slower weapon in the main hand, the faster weapon in the offhand, and then I'm assuming it goes off the main hand attack speed. But I don't know. It just seems that way. If I put both weapons on, and I go into combat, and I turn on my auto attack and nothing else, and I time it, it seems to play out to the main weapon attack speed. But I could be wrong. They had it before that dual wield was going to level up, and I assume what they were trying to aim for, the higher the skill level of dual wield, the more often you connected with both weapons. Because there'll be times when you have two weapons in your hand and you watch and you'll attack most of the time with one hand but not the other, and then periodically you'll get the second one in, and then other times you'll be attacking with both weapons consistently. So I don't really know what they planned for the dual wield, but they changed it to a static thing, meaning that if you had dual wield, you can dual wield. That's it. You don't dual wield better, you just dual wield. Now, there's also parsing, for those who don't know. And I don't mean parsing as in using some other kind of software to analyze your performance. What I mean is you have to pay attention to your auto attack speed, just like in a game like EQ2 or anything that has a non-global cooldown. Right? A global cooldown would mean when you use one skill, all your skills go down for a certain amount of time, then they come back up again, and then you can pick a skill to use. A game like EverQuest 2, for example, will have multiple GCDs. So like for the Guardian, you'll have 5 or 6 skills that are on one cooldown, but you'll have another 6 or 7 skills that are on another cooldown, and then 2 or 3 that are on another cooldown, and so on and so forth. With this, you really want to... I typically start a fight by watching for my first 2 swings, and I'll count. The second I see the attack animation, in my head, even though I'm talking to you guys, in my head I'm going 1, 2, 3, and then seeing where it is. I'm like, okay, so 1, and then I automatically hit a skill. And then, okay, it goes up again. And then I glance up at the top right to see if I have an attack speed buff that's being applied right now to speed up my swing, and then I adjust accordingly. But I think about all this on the fly while I'm in a group, or while I'm soloing. There's a lot of, like, and that's what I mean with the iceberg effect. A lot of players, including you guys, including other people out there, will look at the game and only operate on what they see in front of them, and they don't make the other calculations that you need to make to be efficient, right? There's a lot of stuff that has to run between your ears, even when you're playing this kind of a game, if you want to be at your best. It can also be tricky because being a tank and being a streamer at the same time can be difficult. That's why a lot of streamers will play other classes. They'll play mages, they'll play scouts, they'll play classes that can move around, maybe sit back in combat, send their pet in. But with a tank, even if you stream and tank and you try and interact with your chat, you have to be quick enough to do all the calculations in your head, because if not, you just become a bad tank. Or you just ignore your viewers. Now, in some cases, that's good. A lot of people just jump into streams just to lurk. That's all. They want to see a game, it's a game they're interested in, it's a game they're playing. Maybe they're waiting for the expansion to come out that you got early access to. Maybe they want to get some information, you know? But it can be very difficult to play a role like a tank or even a healer and then stream at the same time. You're trying to split your attention and it's not a matter of setting your priority. It's a matter of, can I watch this? Can I talk to this? Can I pay attention to those? Can I pay attention to that? 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 All at the same time, right? It's like ridiculous multitasking. Hey, Space Marine. Is it possible to play 2 accounts at once, like in EverQuest in this game? I'm not sure, but I don't see why not. I don't think there's any sort of boxing parameters with this game. I do believe you can have multiple accounts in at the same time. I mean, you just install the game on a different system. There's no software for it, but you can install on 2 different systems and play, yes. Hey Zish, what's going on? Merry Christmas, man. Does a ranger not use mana? Why do they have a mana bar? Dude's mana was full like the whole fight. They use it to cast their heal? Oh, gotcha. That's interesting. So as a DPS class, they gave rangers a heal? I guess maybe to cover their own butt if they screw up and pull aggro? They get a few druid spells. Okay, gotcha. Here comes the sun. Dun 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 dun. Here comes the sun. Dun dun dun. Well, you can see the shadows go away. Dude, that's so cool. The lighting is fantastic. Oh, look, there's a group over there. Excuse me. That's crazy that a cleric can use that. What level do rangers get pet? Rangers get pets too? No, they don't get pets. Oh. The person's asking if rangers get pets. Or that person's asking what level do rangers get pets? They get a companion. Java said that was a placeholder for something else though, so not sure how it will change. The XP is so slow for us here. I've only gotten 12% the whole time I've been here. Oh, some of this stuff is light blue, that's why. I was conning the mobs earlier and they were coming out dark blue and I thought, this is weird. How am I killing dark blues and not have more experience? It looks like a bunch of these have been light blue. Man, we still haven't seen any shoulders drop. We haven't seen any helmets drop. We know they're up here. We have an AFK, so we have a couple of minutes. Anybody else have snow in their area for the holiday? We were told we were not going to have any until the middle of January, but as I mentioned earlier, I believe meteorology is a whole bunch of baloney. Because we've had 2 storms, yesterday and today. And I have 2 to 2.5 feet of snow in my yard. Your snow's melting, Mike. Can I ask roughly geographically where you're located? Snow up here in Ottawa? Yeah, Ontario. Dude, Ontario got all our weather. You guys had like a week and a half of nonstop snow activity. Ah, okay. Yep. You're out west there too. 70 degrees here tomorrow. uh, if I could dislike somebody, Stogrim, be you and your 70-degree weather. (26°C). You guys are crazy. I don't think it'll be 80 degrees here until August. July maybe. Definitely August. It was 76 degrees today. Dudes, I'm jealous. Is there an overlay map or a map? There is no map. Now, they plan on putting a map in, but it's just going to be an overland map, like if you unrolled an actual map. You're not going to be able to put markers and pins and so on and so forth, but it will give you a rough idea as to where you are. They do not want to make the game easy, and a map would make it too easy. They want you to memorize locations and points of interest. To give you an idea, this first zone, this first region is called Thronefast. It took me about a month of running around to get the idea of 7 or 8 different points of interest or landmarks, and now I can find my way around no problem. Yeah, Maskier, Merry Christmas, man. Oh, it's no worries, man. I didn't have anything else going on. Halnir's was empty. Nobody was in Halnir's, so... Man, I mean, it's a bit of XP and possible loot, although we didn't get any of the loot. Regardless, we'll talk to you next time. Alright, we are pulling. Oh, what did he hit me with? Oh, he put me to sleep. How rude. too far. Right here, dude. Right here, dude. Oh, out the front door. So there's nobody in Hell Nears tonight. Not a soul. Not many high-level people on. I'm guessing they're all doing their Christmas duties. Taking a little med break for the healer. Hey, Ditzy, what's going on? Merry Christmas. Hope you're doing well. Got any snow in your area? We got our second storm today. Pain in the butt. I got 2.5 feet of snow now. We weren't supposed to have snow till the middle of next month. The plows still haven't been by, so the roads are garbage. No snow here in the UK? Ah, gotcha. Fractured skeleton. Maybe we shouldn't pull from back here. Not moving towards me. Where'd it go? That was weird. Did I not have one aggroed? That other group couldn't have pulled it. They're too far away. That was weird. Why do I have aggro? Right here, dude. Dude. Yeah, the XP is very, very bad here right now for 17. I've only gotten roughly 14% since being here, and we've been here almost 3 hours. It's not good. You had a shield drop. Interesting. What were you killing, Ditzy? Well, somebody leveled. Wow, that courtyard's empty. .52 kick is not bad. Water goblins and wilds. Oh, I wonder what the itemization is like over there. That's pretty good. Okay. Somebody else dinged. I've had a couple of tells from some players tonight. They were wondering what I was doing at Manor. I said we can't find a group anywhere else. Nobody's in Halmir. Nobody's doing spiders. They all had the same answer. They were like, "Yeah, we're kind of stuck. I don't know what to tell you. We can't start a group because we don't have the healers. They're all offline." Hoping to hit the orcs soon in Wild End. Not seeing anyone high enough. What level are the orcs? Could see. Or what is the level range? The named is 20. So I'm glad we can't be ran off the edge here. Remember the dev saying that it was 16 to 20? Okay, that makes sense. If the boss is 20, that makes sense. They would give 3 or 4 levels buffer difference. Oh, I ran back as if I wasn't the one pulling. I am the one pulling. I mean, I was trying to figure out the best time to, you know, give this key away that they gave me. I wasn't quite sure what. Oh, look at that! Wasn't quite sure what to do. I thought I'd just pop it on you now. We're a few hours into the stream. Good luck. Let me know who gets it. I was given a key to give away a few days ago, Justin, for Pantheon. I was trying to figure out the right time to use it, so I decided to use it this evening on Christmas Eve. Kind of like a gift. I just didn't say exactly how it was going to go out, just that it was going to be sometime during the stream. So that code actually gets you a copy of the game through Steam. So you actually get into early access. And if you don't know what Steam is the game application where you can actually go and get a whole bunch of games and download them through the Steam client. Who got it? Somebody must have got it. I'll take it down now. You guys have had plenty of time, whoever got it. And it's gone. Well, nobody has typed anything, so I will say congratulations to whoever got it. We have no interrupts in the group. That's a nuisance. Imagine no one put it in because everyone already has the game. Could you imagine, Ditsy? Well, hey, if that was the case and somebody wrote it down, feel free to call a friend right away. Give him the key. Get him in. Yeah, for those who might not be aware, Steam is an application that you can download through steam.com, and it's a repository for hundreds and thousands of games that you can actually acquire, both purchase, download for free. All different genres are up there. They have games going back decades. EQ is on there, EQ2 is on there. I don't think WoW is on there because WoW has their own client through Battle.net. But there are tens of thousands of games on there. All different genres. They've been around for a long time. And the only place to get into the early access in Pantheon right now is Steam. Immune. Oh, got that shadow ability. Anybody do any Christmas traditions between tonight and tomorrow? Anybody watch any movies? I typically watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, which I'll watch tomorrow. And then shortly thereafter, I usually flip a coin. It could be Jingle All the Way. It could be Santa Claus. It could be Die Hard. Christmas with the Cranks was always a good one too. Scrooged with Bill Murray. That's a classic. I try to watch that probably every other year. Oh, Muppets Christmas Carol. Yes, you're right. That's another one. I think I watched that. It's probably the beginning of COVID, so 2020? I think the Christmas of 2020 I watched that. Ernest P. Dude, Ernest Saves Christmas? Are you kidding? He had everything. Ernest Saves Christmas. Ernest Saves Halloween. Ernest Goes to Jail. Him and Vern, man. Him and Vern. Vern always sticking his nose in when it wasn't needed. You know, Vern. Always looking out the window. Always looking at Vern. Actually, I want to pull what's up top here. Nighttime, so it's problematic. He's looking at his friend. You guys remember the stop motion Christmas movie with Santa and Rudolph? I do. Hey, here's a crazy... Okay, so this is going to sound weird coming from an adult, but if you have TikTok or maybe even YouTube, look up The Blue Knight. TheBlueKnight, all one word. He's on TikTok, and he's done all the stop motion animation from Rudolph and Santa Claus is Coming to Town, and he's done it with himself in his apartment or his house or whatever. It's pretty phenomenal what he's done. I was in my car today waiting. I was bored and I decided to bring up TikTok and scroll through, see what was going on, and this guy kept coming up and he was doing this whole stop motion. It's flawless. It's like almost 1-to-1. It's so good, but it's The Blue Knight, all one word. It's just some guy in his apartment. It's a Christmas story where the kid wanted the blah 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 carbine action assault rifle or pump rifle, whatever it was. The Red Ryder BB gun, that's it. Rifle. The blah 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 AR-15. Whoops, too soon. Hey, adios. What's happening? Can't seem to find Blue Knight guy. Let me check TikTok. Yeah, it should be the Blue Knight, all one word. That's what I saw down in his ID. He's it looks like he's a bigger, probably in his 20s. He's in his apartment and he's wearing like a blue flannel shirt, and he's doing all the stuff. He hits it out of the park. All the Yukon Cornelius stuff, all of it. It is phenomenal. It's so good. But I could have swore I saw the Blue Knight. How's Pantheon going? Pantheon is going swimmingly. Here, I'll see if I can bring it up on my phone. I'm not tanking, so... Let me see if I can find him. Oh shoot, they want me to keep pulling. Let me see if I can find him. He's here somewheres. Is there a search? Let me search. I don't use this normally. The Blue Knight. Here we go. You probably can't hear the audio because I got it turned down, but it's the Blue Knight. He's dead on. Yeah. He's flawless. He does all the scenes. He even does the woman from Santa Claus is Coming to Town, the one that tries to find Kris Kringle or what have you. He does all of it. He even wears the blue shirt to signify the blue dress. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal what he's done. He does the Burgermeister Burger. Oh, I was gonna pick up eggnog today. Ah, nuts. I forgot. It just dawned on me. Apparently I didn't want it that bad. I haven't had it in a few years. I always have it at Christmas. Well, except for the last few years. And nothing's open tomorrow. Can't get it tomorrow. Shoot, man, shoot. You know what? Let me, no one said anything, and maybe somebody got it and took off. I'm gonna throw this up again. You guys can try it again. Somebody type it in and see if it was claimed. Steam will tell you if it was claimed. And if it's not claimed, maybe I didn't have it up long enough. It was claimed? Okay, so somebody got it. So congratulations to whoever got it then. Welcome to the game. And if you already have the game and you got it for a friend, well, welcome your friend to the game. Maybe it was a spouse. Was it a spouse? Did you get it for a spouse? Did I help with the spouse faction? Feel free to let me know. Arguably one of the most important factions to constantly work on in the known universe. No, that's not the same as the dude that roams right here, right? I don't see that guy. That guy's broken. There's two of them. We don't want two of them at the same time. Oh, there you are. What's going on, Muldran? How you doing? Still playing EQ? What are you working on in EQ? Tauntum? This is the name, by the way, for those unfamiliar. Oh, you're playing a new druid. Are you on a progression server? Or are you playing on live? Or are you on Teak? Is it a group in the back? It is a group in the back. You sneaky buggers, you think I don't see you? Hey Woogum, what's happening? Welcome to the channel. That makes you uncomfortable? Oh, you're on the live server. Gotcha. Hmm. He's alright. How's my night going? My night's going alright. I wasn't expecting to have 2 snowstorms in a row and have to spend hours shoveling yesterday and today, but, you know, the wintertime, I guess. We're just chilling. I tried to find a group in Hell Nears tonight, but there was nobody in there. I'm guessing the majority of players are all doing Christmas stuff. We ended up in a group at the Manor, but I'm really just here to help them. The XP is not good for me up here. Must be Canadian? I am Canadian. But we had to get into some kind of action. You're doing Manor for the first time? Sudbury, Ontario. Oh yeah, you probably got buried in snow. Ontario's gotten most of the snow, I think, in the last 2 weeks. 2.5 weeks. I think you guys got most of it. What level are you, Kentros? Winterfell. Oh, 12 with the man. Oh yeah, you'll be there for a while. You'll be able to get some armor. Got a group in the backside here pulling, thinking I didn't see them. I saw them. Trying to camp that named. Where did that go? Oh, there's the group there. Those dummies. I don't know what they're doing. Taking our pulls is what they're doing. Didn't realize Crusher was Canadian because he hasn't mentioned maple syrup or apologized. I have apologized. If you listen, every now and then you'll hear me say sorry. I will apologize for a late start. I'll apologize for not switching over in time. It doesn't happen often, but it will slip out every now and then. Hot chocolate. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, I went and bought mint hot chocolate for the first time. I bought a tin of it or whatever. I left it at my left it at my friend's place. I felt so crappy when I got home. Because with the weather being as bad as it was, I didn't bother to go back out to get it. I'm glad you said that, because I gotta remember to go tomorrow. "22 strength, 20 stamina, 10 con, and 11 dex. I am a beast." People keep wanting to take AFKs. These AFKs are gonna ruin the spawn break. I was put to sleep. Hello, Thire. Out of curiosity, how are the devs planning the future of this graphical overhaul eventually? What do you mean by overhaul? You mean like a different look? No. Won't be a different look. Cleaner? Sharper looking? Yes. That will happen. They're going to be moving the game into the newest version of Unity in the new year. I think it's Unity version 6. I don't think the UI, I don't think anything about the UI is going to change. I don't know. If it is, they haven't said anything as of yet. I would like for them to be able to, I could be able to move all these skills into the hotbars that I want. Right now, we used to have freeform hotbars. We used to be able to put skills in whatever order. So I used to have a whole rotation down here in the early seasons. But they changed it towards the end of the seasons, and they've locked this as the technique bar. This is your supplementary bar, or your utility bar, and then this is your main bar down here. So certain skills get socketed to certain hotbars. But as far as the layout of the game, I don't think that's going to change. But I could be wrong. But they haven't said anything. I might die. Nope, we're good. They killed the first one. We're gonna turn off attack so we're not generating hate. You should be able to pick it up. Nope, he's still on me. Turn. Oh, he's on the pet now. Perfect. I don't recall pulling 2 on that last one. Did somebody else tag one? As far as the animations go, the only thing that I could see, sometimes your skills will cause your weapon to temporarily disappear for a round. What are you guys doing? Come on, detect me. Sorry, as I was saying, as far as the animation goes, I like the ooh, I didn't see that guy. I like the combat animations. They're I wouldn't use the word clunky, but they're more realistic. Like when you swing a two-handed mace, there's going to be a delay, right? And it's going to it's not going to be smooth. You're not going to be able to swing it around like a fencing sword. So the fact that they have the animation set up the way they are, I don't mind them. I like them. Oh, they put me to sleep. My bad, I just taunted by accident. One last question, appreciate you answering. Will characters made on these servers be permanent or wiped after? Okay, so my understanding from what has been said and what I've been told, they're mulling around with 2 options. One option is that when the game comes out of early access, they have a certain number of servers designated as early access servers, meaning that any characters you have on early access can play on those servers. However, on what they would consider live servers, you'd have to roll a whole new character. You would not have any of your characters. But we're still quite a ways away from this game coming out in its 1.0 form, so that could change as well. But, if I could be honest, if you're in early access and you go through early access to test and give your input, and then retail comes out, why would you stay in early access, right? Like, that's not you. It's a blanket statement, but like commonsensically, why would you stay on a? That's like saying, that's like, okay, so it took years for those who know EQ lore. It took years for someone to take EQ titanium and turn it into Project 99. That's like saying Project 99 and Live come out at the same time, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to stay with Project 99 without knowing where Live's going to go. That's ill-informed. That's what I would consider an ignorant decision, right? That's a decision made without knowing all the information. So, as far as players living in early access after early access, I should hope not. I should hope every single player goes to Live, or just stops playing because they don't like the game. Like, the support won't be the same in early access. But you will roll a new tune on launch, on retail. And they used to say, or they were saying in previous seasons, that they were planning to have a character wipe every 6 months during early access. However, they changed that in the last little while, and they had mentioned that unless something gets applied to the game that breaks the game in some aspect, they don't want to do a character wipe, because they want all the players to take the time to level to go through all the content. That's what I know. Take that with a few grains of salt. I meant more along the lines of the early access servers just blending into Live. That won't happen. Early access is considered a different build. Early access will be a different build from retail. So nothing in early access will go into retail. Nothing. Not a thing. Nobody would do that. The only reason a person would want to stay in early access is if they made friends and those friends don't want to go to Live, and then they want to have their own little social community. But companies shouldn't give two lumps of baloney about what the player wants socially. They have to have a game. The game needs to come out. This is testing. This is not you're in retail, so you deserve the standard rights of a regular player in WoW or Final Fantasy or ESO or Minecraft or Counter-Strike or what have you, right? So nothing in early access will have any parallel or continuation or conjunction with retail. Retail will be a separate beast. Period. Hey, Corpse Twister. Like, even though a lot of people playing this game right now aren't reporting, they're not bug reporting, and they aren't, there are a lot of players who are. There are a lot of players in this game that want this game to happen, myself being one of them. So we're actually doing our part and reporting what we see, what we encounter. I've already reported like 5 different things I've seen in the game. I'm not going to say what they are because they could be treated as possible exploits or what have you, but there are people who seriously want this game to come out. A lot of people are just here because they're here with their guilds who came from other games. And that's the truth. I'm not one of them. I came here with nobody. My guild is still playing EQ on the Teak server. Well, actually, I think they have presence on 4 of the progression servers. Right, and Corpse is right. Yeah, EA won't see any quality. Early access won't see any quality of life once retail comes out. No expansions, no adventure packs, no updates, no patches, nothing. You'll be stuck in Project 99 from the jump. So those of you who play Project 99 today, imagine if you never played EverQuest and went straight into Project 99. You would not feel the same way. You have to have that EQ basis to know what Project 99 was going to be. And the fact that despite all the trolling and whining of people saying that the game has been taking so long to come out that it's never going to come out, they have made so much progress in the last 24 months. It's ridiculous how much this game has grown. It is, and they're not even close to done. We're still only working on one continent. They want multiple continents for launch. They pretty much want all races to start in their own city. And they don't want their cities right next door to each other. Like right now, the ogres in the Darkmere spawn 30 seconds away from just about everybody else. But that's only temporary until the ogre continent or ogre zone or Darkmere zone gets worked on, which is a constantly evolving thing. But you wouldn't know that unless you're following the game. Jumping in on a streamer and asking them like what would be like, your best bet is to jump in on a Joppa stream. And for those who don't know, I'm referring to Joppa Vash, Joppavash. He's like the lead dev. He streams, I think he streams Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday typically. I think in the afternoon, like 3 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern roughly. He works on the game, he talks about updates, he listens to the viewers, he takes their feedback. He'll even go in and fix stuff on the fly or go look at stuff. Like, they're really working on getting this game out. This is no behind closed doors nonsense. Like, he tells you, he shows you right on his stream what he's doing at that time. Whether he's modeling a character, whether he's working on a zone, whether he's testing mob placements, whether he's looking at item comparisons. Yeah, early access and beta are two different things. Early access wasn't a thing until, what, 5 years ago, 4 years ago? Early access wasn't a thing. Pre-alpha wasn't a thing. Alpha wasn't a thing a decade ago. It was beta, gold, release. That was it. A game went through its beta. A game finalized the beta and went into what's called the gold status. And then shortly thereafter, the game released. That's how it worked. And then companies started creating things like alpha, pre-alpha, early access. And it was just a way for them to get more time, to get more money to help build the game. In most cases. I mean, early access was pretty much the reason we got Kickstarters, right? But it used to be a very simple 3-step process. And now it's like a 6-step. Now, mind you, Visionary Realms had its struggles and carpet snags over the first few years. So when they had their pre-alphas, they extended the pre-alphas. There was pre-alpha 1, pre-alpha 2, pre-alpha 3, etc. And I'm guessing it was because they had a minimal design that worked for people, so they needed more time, because and you have to understand, they're a much smaller team. They're a fraction of the size of the team at Ashes of Creation. They're a fraction of a size of the team at Blizzard. Like, it's a very small team working on Pantheon. Truth be told, in my opinion, they need more people. But unfortunately, the actual programmers and devs don't have a say in the matter. The people holding the pocketbook. They decide whether or not they get more staff. It's the money that a project pulls in that determines if they get more staff. They've had to do layoffs where they didn't have the money to pay somebody. Somebody might want to work for free for a certain amount of time because they're passionate about something, but they won't work for free forever. And it's funny too, because people will come in and they'll try and compare Pantheon to Ashes of Creation, right? Because those are the two MMORPGs that are being worked on right now actively. I don't count a game like Star Citizen, because Star Citizen has been around for a long time for a whole lot of money, and so far the players still don't have a complete game that they can jump into, which is insane, considering it's a multi-$100 million project that is the way it is. Oh, that's not good. and players still don't have a full game they can jump into. They have segments of a game. They have portions of a game. Like, if I didn't know any better, I would say, I mean, Star Citizen is, what was the pyramid scheme stuff? Multi-level marketing? You could almost equate Star Citizen to that. People invest a bunch of stuff in it, and they get nothing out of it over time. Most companies that get in that situation end up shutting down because they don't make money. They lose all their money. Then they lose their players. They cash out early. Star Citizen kept taking all this money, but for some reason, they can't glue everything together. I don't know what the deal is, but they still can't glue everything together. And yes, I know all the different aspects of Star Citizen that's available, and I've seen a dozen different people play the game. I've seen them stream it on Twitch, but nobody has a full game they can play A to Z. Does not exist. And that game has been in production. Technically, it's been ideated since Pantheon was started, but it's been in development longer than Pantheon, with a massive team and the fattest wallet in the history of game development. And they still don't have a game that they can play A to Z. I don't care how good it looks. I was looking forward to Star Citizen 5 years ago. The fact that the game looks the way it does, the fact that all the different mechanics play out the way they do is phenomenal. But the fact that they can't seem to glue everything together? You got me. I have no idea. But then again, I'm not a developer. What's funny is watching you play this, it's so much more interesting to me than modern MMOs, the old school grind. You should play Final Fantasy 11. Oh, Final Fantasy 11, dude. I was a VV forever. Little Orko-looking black mage. Final Fantasy 14 came around, and I was a whatever the big guys are called, paladin. And before anybody makes jokes about me and my paladins and how much I can't stand them, the paladin was the tank in Final Fantasy 14. So that's why I was a paladin. Hey, Grassimo. I'm trying to imagine where Pantheon would be if it had the funding of AOC. So, I will tell you this. I don't think the game would look today. Like, let's take the budget from Ashes of Creation, right? The budget from Ashes of Creation is more realistic than Star Citizen. I don't think there'll ever be another game that'll have the budget of Star Citizen. That thing just blows my mind how they've managed to get hundreds of millions of dollars from players for that game. But let's just say Visionary Realms had AOC, or AOC's wallet. I believe that the game would still look like this. I believe they've always wanted it to be darker and grittier, and that's what this is. It's not 20-year-old graphics, it's just darker and grittier. Everything is jagged and shadows and so on. The lighting in this game is phenomenal. With the money from AOC, they would have a bigger team. Their team would probably be 3 times the size it is right now. We would have 8 zones to go through instead of, what is it now, 6? I think it's 6 zones now we have, right? Or is it 4 zones? I don't remember. I want to say 6, but it could be 4. We would have twice that. We would have all the zones flushed out. They would all have quest lines, quests. Man, this game would be way farther along. We might even be in a retail or a release of the game by now if they had had AOC's budget when AOC started. But again, it all comes back to the idea of the game, right? Pantheon has always been the merge or the succession of EverQuest, World of Warcraft, and Vanguard. That all the inspiration I see in this game, all of it, comes from EQ, original World of Warcraft, and Vanguard Saga of Heroes. That's what I see. Ashes of Creation is not that. Ashes of Creation is the current action RPG type stuff. Now, not action RPG as in Diablo and Grim Dawn and Path of Exile, just that it's more like Terra or Arcage. You know, it's faster, it's more fancier, I guess you could say, because they're doing everything with PvP and guilds and realms and sieges and all that stuff. Visionary Realms isn't doing that. They want a PvE, MMORPG, social experience. Ashes of Creation, I promise you, won't be as social as Pantheon. You won't need to jump into Ashes. When all is said and done and Ashes comes out, a fully functioning machine, you won't have to jump in and automatically start talking to people. You're going to be able to run around, participate in events with other players without even caring. It'll be more like New World than it would be like EQ. With Pantheon, you're going to have to do the work. The second you make a character and jump in, you're going to have to communicate with people, or you're going to miss out on probably 89% of the game. With voice acting to boot. Right, yeah, and there might even be voice acting as well. But what's holding Visionary Realms back right now is staff. I believe it's staff. It's not technology. It's staff. It's wholeheartedly and single-handedly staff. They need more people. But they have to justify getting more people in, and they have to have the money to pay the people to bring them in. But you're dealing with a smaller audience, right? The faithful that have been with Pantheon since the beginning is the EQ crowd, not the WoW crowd, not the Final Fantasy crowd, not the ESO crowd, not the biggest games out there today. It's the smaller games like EQ, Dark Age of Camelot, Lineage. There's probably some Aeon influence in there somewheres. So unfortunately, you know, where they could have had 1 million people participate, they may have only had 15,000, right? Much, 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 much smaller than the other games of today. I mean, if I was ever in a situation where I won the lottery, I would be in my mind to help them out, like immensely. I can't do this. I can't program this. I can't design this, but I want this to happen. Hey, Draken. And a bit of Breath of the Wild. Dude, I haven't played Breath of the Wild in, man, since I was a kid. Jabba said they have part-time folks on staff working more than 40 hours per week. Which is that dedicated. Yeah. Well, and that's just it. And I'm sure they've had to lay them off and bring them back on, and lay them off and bring them back on. The most amazing thing about Visionary Realms that most people don't hear, because the minority, which are the trolls, tend to overtake them, is that they've been able to get this far with what they have. That's fascinating. They have a playable game. In this small state, with the number of zones that's available, mobs aren't like spawning upside down, skills aren't not calculating properly, everything is working as intended. All the changes they make are working. It's the minor things that are just messed up at the moment that they're trying to fix. But it's amazing how far they've come with the team that they have. and the support that they've gotten, regardless of the game having been, created in, 2014? When did I back it? I think I backed it in 2014. It was either 2014 or 2015, whenever the game was first launched. I found out that Brad McQuaid was attached to it, and I backed it immediately. So I have a history with what I call the McQuaidiverse. Now, some of you may not know Brad McQuaid. For those who don't know Brad McQuaid started with EverQuest. Brad McQuaid was part of Verant Interactive. When they were acquired by Sony, or SOE, Sony Online Entertainment, it was John Smedley and Brad McQuaid. Smedley was the Sony representative, Brad McQuaid was the Verant representative. They pretty much birthed EQ. A few years after EQ had been out, Sony wanted to take the game in a certain direction, and Brad wasn't keen on it. So Brad said, I've had my fun here, but I'm not a fan of where you guys want the game to go. I'm going to step out. So Brad left. So Brad disappeared for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden there was whispers on the internet of a new game coming out by Sigil Games, this new gaming company, which of course was Vanguard Saga of Heroes. I was in EverQuest from launch for probably 9 years. Anyhow, I got wind. I was only a kid. I got wind of Vanguard Saga of Heroes, and I filled out this form and sent it in, and I got accepted. So I ended up in the development of Vanguard Saga of Heroes with 35 other individuals. There were 36 of us in the beta stage. I still keep in contact with 2 of the people. But I ended up, long story short there, I ended up becoming the in-game warrior class lead. So I actually worked with Sigil to build the warrior, which was fantastic. As a kid, dude, I was in my heyday. I thought it was fantastic that I was working with a company to build the next EQ. So I helped build the warrior, I helped work on the world, the game. I wasn't paid, we didn't get hired by Sigil, we were just part of the beta testing. So anyways, Vanguard came out, blah, 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 it happened. We don't need to go into details. And then a few years later, there was whispers on the internet that there was a company called Visionary Realms, and they were working on a game called Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. And I remember hearing the word Pantheon and thinking Greek mythology. And then I was like, ooh, I love Greek mythology. There's an action RPG or a Diablo-style game that exists called Titan Quest. I love Titan Quest. Titan Quest was phenomenal. It was Diablo in Greek mythology, and everything that they hit it out of the park from the beginning with all the set items and the lore and the story and the bosses and the classes and the skills. Anyhow, I found out Pantheon was tied to Brad McQuaid. I thought, oh no, am I going to do this again? I was with him in EQ, I was with him in Vanguard. Am I going to go with him again into this Pantheon game? And I was worried that the same thing was going to happen. So I told myself I wasn't going to apply for any sort of beta. But I pledged day one, and I kept my receipt, and I kept my initial pledge graphic, which I still have in my email. And I'm pretty sure it was 2014 or 2015, so I've been a backer for a decade, like since the beginning. I only just got in the game like a year ago, short of a year ago, just when they started bringing in like VIP champions, supported? What was the base level called? VIP champions and supporters? I can't remember. Anyways, here we are. Then, of course, Brad unfortunately passes. I'm thinking, oh no, the game's not going to happen. Everything's going to go away. I'm not going to get my next EQ. So I ended up back in EQ while I was streaming. So I'm probably one of the oldest streamers. I've been streaming since 2013, but I've been a nobody streamer because I spent probably 9 years streaming EverQuest. And EverQuest, as some of you or most of you may know, is not the most popular game on the internet. It's actually probably one of the worst or least popular games on the internet, but it is the beast of EverQuest that it is, and that's what I excel at. So I did that, and then I found out that they were going to continue with Pantheon development after Brad's passing, and I thought, oh, we might get a game. And then I started to follow it more closely, and then, like I said, I started getting more access to the game. I realized what they were doing. I took a look at the art style, the graphics, the combat, the mechanics, everything in the beginning before they hit this big stride about 2 years ago, and I've been with them ever since. I still want this game to come out. trolls can come in here and they can say what they will. I don't care. I'm too old for that shit. I don't need adults acting like children. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, it's immature, and it's just ignorance. What server am I on? I'm on Lucent Tree. It's about halfway down the server list. Group in the back. Look, they cleared out all these mobs. You silly people. What at this guy? I have been in early access now for what, 2 weeks? The past week, the past 5 or 6 days. So I do everything in pug groups. I'm not one of those people that is scared and comes over with their guildies and only wants to group with their guildies and never wants to do anything. I yap too much for that. So I've spent the last week with probably 50 different players. Yeah, I'd say probably 50 different players or so, and it's been a fantastic experience. I arguably have the greatest encounter ever in this game's history from 3 nights ago. And I know some of you have heard me say it 50 times in the last 3 days. I'm going to keep saying it. Nobody has had a crazier encounter than what I had 3 nights ago. And it's all from pug groups. People that stick to guilds, man, they don't know what they're missing. They just don't know what they're missing. Oh wait, I shouldn't do that. I just did that. Whoops. Oh, they killed the first one. Good. I'm with a pug group right now. I mean, I don't need anything from these guys. I'm just here to help them. The XP is horrendous here for me. I'm the highest level dude here. I really shouldn't be here. But there were no other camps this evening because it's Christmas Eve. So the 2 places I wanted to go, nobody was there. So I took the first group that I could get. Sounds like a psychedelic rock band. Lucent Tree, I know, right? Like Joshua Tree. Lucent Tree. I mean, I guess roughly they could be the same thing, right? People go to Joshua Tree to get lucent? Is that fair to say? Guild groups are weird about loot. I try to avoid them. Yeah, so I've met 50 people and had a phenomenal time. However, I was in a group that I did not have a phenomenal time. So, for those who don't know, when EQ first came out, if you were a tank or a healer, you made friends with the opposite. So if you were a tank, you made friends with healers. If you were a healer, you made friends with a tank. You didn't give 2 craps about DPS because they were a dime a dozen. But you cared about having a Rolodex of tanks and healers that you could call on when you jump into game. We used to write in notebooks. The front of the notebook would be all the people you would group with 8 days a week, 25 hours a day. The back of the notebook would be the people you would never group with again no matter what, and if you saw the name in future games, you probably still wouldn't group with them anyways. Well, I had one of those negative experiences with just one group, and they were all in the same guild, and it's funny because I had grouped with a number of people from that same guild, and these people were not those people, and I was like, okay, I'm never grouping with these individuals again. And how they're able to group and get through this game blows my mind. corpse run and rescue thing, right? They can do their dungeon with 4 people. Go swinging around his no skill to it. No. He has all the skill points in his two-hander now. Birds of a feather flock together. I don't know about that. It's just it was a Jekyll and Hyde moment. I was with a bunch of Jekylls and then I met the Hydes, and I was like, oh, okay. It's funny because I have a big friends list, and my friends list is all from pug groups, people from all different guilds. But it's all friend requests that I got at the end of the night. Every time our groups would break up, whatever group I was in, friend request, friend request, friend request. I didn't know anybody when I jumped into Pantheon. I don't know anybody when I jumped into Pantheon. I didn't come with guildmates. They're all still playing EQ. A number of them are waiting for this game to officially launch. They more than likely won't come in during early access because it's not a finished product. I get it. But I'm not that person. And I get along with everybody. So, it's not a brag. But I have a phrase that if you don't like me, you better have a hell of a reason. I get along with everybody. I don't care about drama. I could care less. I don't care about adults acting like children. I could care less. I can talk to anybody and deal with anybody no matter what your mentality is. Am I going to group with you again? Maybe. Maybe not. Would you sit there and go, big deal, I wouldn't want to group with you again anyways? You could say that. You wouldn't want to say that. You would want me in your group. Pugs are chill and friendly most of the time. I would have to agree, MMO. I just taunted by accident. Oops. Well, yes. For the most part, yes. The people that I've met have been chill. I've made friends with shamans, clerics, enchanters, summoners, wizards, future druids, future bards, paladins, dire lords. That's another thing. I said this last night. I have yet to find a single player who has complaints about the class they're playing. Everybody is digging their class. So much that players are re-rolling because they don't want to get hooked on the one class they've been playing, and they want to see what the other classes have to offer. There is nobody in level chat complaining about any given class. Like, what they've done with the classes in this game is fantastic. Period. Fantastic. The classes have their uniqueness. The classes are more fleshed out than in games like World of Warcraft, EverQuest. Even EverQuest 2. EverQuest 2, the fact that at the end game of EverQuest 2 you have 30, 40 skills that you could use, that you could pick from in combat, is phenomenal. However, if you're a guardian with those skills, you have a set role that you play, which is a tank, not a DPS. In this game, I can kit my warrior out to do DPS, I can kit him out to tank. I have that variability, that variety. The same thing goes for like a necromancer. A necromancer in this game, you typically would think is, okay, it's a mage, it's an intelligence caster, it's got a pet, the pet is probably like a lesser level minion, you use it to amplify, you know, your damage, maybe you give the pet a couple buffs and you go out in the field and you can solo better than the next person. The necromancer in Pantheon has so many things you can do by the time you hit level 16 or 17, it's ridiculous. You can crowd control sentient creatures, you can crowd control undead, you can heal, you can DPS, you can dot, you can debuff. The only thing you can't do is tank, although the necromancer gets a pet that is a tank. So in essence, depending on your content, your pet could actually tank something. Like what they've done, the classes in this game are just, man, like they don't need changing. And yet people will still complain. The big thing is everybody will come in and go, well, there are 3 tanks, the warrior, the paladin, and the dire lord. What's the best tank? Which one's the best tank? You're playing a warrior. Does that mean the warrior's the best tank? No. They're all set up to do their thing the way they do their thing. All the tanks are viable. It's who's behind the wheel. You have to do the homework. You have to practice with your tune. You have to experiment in all different situations with all different classes. Is there an ultimate group makeup? No, by definition. I've grouped with 2 warriors in a group, or 2 tanks. I've grouped with 3 tanks in a group. I've dungeon crawled with 3 tanks in a group, and it works out fantastic because we can all coordinate skills unilaterally, so that one warrior could do one thing, one warrior could do another thing, and another warrior could do another thing based on your level. Like, the fact that you have the freedom to throw 3 warriors in a 6-person group and crawl a dungeon at your level? What other game can you say that about? I'll tell you, none. You can't. Like, it's absolutely wild what you can do in this game. But you have to put time into the character. You have to learn your class. It's not as simple as just leveling, getting your skills, and then button pressing them in every fight. You have to learn when to press what, when not to press other things, when to wait to use something, what to equip, when to do this, when to do that. Should I save this person? Should I wait for this to happen? Should I use this skill now? Should I wait till the mob's almost dead? Should I wait till we get an ad? What if we don't get an ad? Hey, Cooler. How does this game compare to Monsters and Memories? Okay, so I will say this. I haven't played Monsters and Memories, but I've talked to probably 7 or 8 people over the past 6 months about that game. I will say this. Monsters and Memories is so much closer to EverQuest than Pantheon is. Pantheon is drawing from multiple titles. They get their inspiration from EverQuest, original World of Warcraft, and Vanguard, as far as I'm concerned. Or at least that's what I see in this game. Monsters and Memories is more like EQ. It'll look dated, it'll look a little fancier, but it'll be roughly similar as far as the social MMO aspect goes. What I will say is this. If you love EverQuest, if you still play on progression servers, if you still play on a live server, you will probably like Monsters and Memories more than you will Pantheon. If you are somebody who wants the next thing, if you are somebody who wants a challenge, something that is darker and grittier, but has the same social aspect as EverQuest, you will lean to Pantheon and away from Monsters and Memories. What I'm getting at is, bringing Monsters and Memories, Ashes of Creation, and Pantheon into the same conversation right now, you can't compare the 3 of them together. You have to take them for what they are individually, because they are 3 different experiences. Regardless of, yes, there are players, yes, there are classes, yes, there are roles, yes, there is XP, yes, there is PvE, yes, there is PvP. No, there isn't sieges and so on, but there is in this game, and what have you. They are 3 different machines. But if you loved EQ, and if you're playing EQ currently, you'll probably like more with Monsters and Memories than you will with Pantheon. If you've been waiting for the next big thing like myself, the EQ 2.0, you will come to Pantheon. Period. Those are my opinions, and they will not change. I have enough information that I'm 100% confident with what I just said. People are sticking to some regular group composition when bringing a bunch of tanks. It's probably the best way. The reason why the multiple tanks works is because all the tanks are set up that they can do a DPS role if need be. The only one I think that may struggle is a paladin. I just started playing a paladin, and my longtime viewers know that I can't stand hybrids because they're a bunch of whiners. But I started a paladin today because I've made the decision that I want to understand how the 3 tanks operate. So I have the warrior, which is my main. I started a paladin. I'm probably going to start a dire lord, and I'm going to work with them so I can draw my own conclusions as to how the 3 tanks operate, so I can give more information and better information when somebody asks me. I think that's what I'm going to do. I just don't know if I'm going to have all the time in the world. I'm not a full-time streamer and I'm not a partner. I work, I come home, I try and get my house stuff done, then I sit down for a few hours and stream. I feel a lot of Vanguard DNA in this game. That's what I'm saying, man. It's EQ, WoW, and Vanguard. Joppa has gone on record saying that his inspiration has come from EQ and original WoW. But I'm throwing Vanguard in there because I see a lot of Vanguard in this game. And I know because, as I told you guys a half hour ago, I helped build Vanguard. So I know Vanguard. I know Vanguard like the back of my hand. Vanguard definitely has inspiration in this game. Team comps for Pantheon are very flexible. Was running stuff today with Wizard, Rogue, Cleric, Shaman, Direlord. You don't always... Yeah, and that's just it. You don't need a Cleric to run the hard stuff if you have a Shaman. You don't need a Shaman if you have a Cleric. If you have an Enchanter, you don't need a Rogue. If you have a Rogue, you don't need an Enchanter. You want 2 Rogues? Sure. You want 2 Enchanters? Sure. You want 3 tanks? Sure. People would be like, oh, well, if you can have all that variety, isn't the game easy? No. It's just everybody's good at playing their classes. When I say 3 warriors in a group, you can't do that right off the get-go. 3 warriors in a group is probably detrimental. But once you get a few levels and you understand the skills that are available, a warrior can do this, a warrior can do that, and a warrior can do the other thing. And they all play together just fine. And it's weird because most people go, 3 tanks in a group makes no sense. And that is dumb. But it's not. Man. What did I say last night, like 100 times? Play the game. You want to know what this game is? Play the game. That's what I will tell you. Just play the game. Everything you've heard from me tonight, you could go and jump into another streamer's stream and they could say different stuff and you'll be like, what's going on here? Why are they saying 2 different things, 2 different aspects, 2 different experiences? I don't know what to tell you. But what I can tell you is everything I've said tonight is fact. I don't have any reason to sugarcoat anything about this game. I wouldn't be playing it otherwise. And I'm playing it every friggin' day. Oh, there's 4 groups here. I didn't know that. Now I know that. Come here, you, before somebody else pulls you. Never tried Pantheon? You should, Cooler. You should. If you have the funds to jump into a game, at least one of the next MMORPGs that's due to come out, you only have 3 options. You have this game, you have Monsters and Memories, and you have Ashes of Creation. And they are all different machines. You used to have games like Chronicles of Illyria and Camelot Unchained, but unfortunately, the Bermuda Triangle moved, and those games just went all wonky and disappeared, and so on and so forth. I was looking forward to Chronicles of Illyria. I thought that was going to be an interesting MMO. The fact that your character was going to age, and that you'd have progeny. You guys might not even know what I'm talking about. I follow like all the MMORPGs. The ones that made it, the ones that are making it, the ones that didn't make it, the ones that never happened. It ain't easy. There were times we really had to focus when we got caught in a spawn that ended with us juggling CC and ended up killing 5 monsters. Hi everyone, has anyone seen a griffin? We accidentally stumbled upon one in a ravine yesterday. A griffin in Thronefast? I haven't seen a griffin in Thronefast. I've seen the drakes. I've seen the dracotas in AVP up on the mountaintops looking down at you. Scared the crap out of me because one was looking at me and I thought it was going to come down off the mountain and kill me. It didn't, thankfully. I miss Vanguard. I love that game. Me too, Keld. Me too. Me too. They did us dirty in beta with Vanguard. So, for those who don't know, and I mean, we've had a large influx of players the past few days. So Joppa, the main developer for Pantheon, he actually raided me a few days ago. So my channel's kind of exploded with a lot of people who are interested with this game. With Vanguard, if you're familiar with the history of Vanguard, Vanguard released broken. A lot of stuff wasn't working with Vanguard. Quests weren't working, world mobs weren't spawning, trade skill recipes weren't functioning properly, diplomacy was broken. It was an utter mess, and unfortunately it led to the downfall of Vanguard. The issue is, I was there in beta. A month before they shut down beta, the game was flawless. Everything worked. I had a max level diplomat, I had a max level crafter, I had a max level adventurer. I was the in-game warrior class lead. The game was perfect. They implemented a patch to buff up an area called the warehouse district. And when they did that, they broke the game. We begged, pleaded, fought, whatever word you want to use, with them to roll back the patch, give us the game in a flawless fashion for 3-4 months while they worked on the warehouse district, and then put the warehouse district in the game. And they turned around and told us in beta that they had everything under control, they had plenty of time to get it fixed, for us not to worry about it, and enjoy the game when it launched. Sony stepped up and said, listen guys, you guys have had this game long enough and we need to start seeing money. Bring the game out, period. The game came out broken. Most of the internet and the player base believe that Vanguard launched in a broken state and that it was a broken game to begin with. It was not. I am telling you it was not, because I was there. It was flawless. They broke it. They didn't have enough time to fix it. It came out broken. About a year later, they implemented a patch that I believe addressed the majority of the problems, but by then it was too late. They had shot themselves in both feet, the knees, the chest, the head, the hands. They revived themselves and shot them all over again. Yes, I have a sour note all these years later when I talk about it, because I put religion into Vanguard. I was a zealot for that game. I did everything. My life was Vanguard for the time that I was in beta, and they did us dirty. None of the 36 of us, or I think 34 of us by the end of beta, were happy. None of us, because they busted the game. I was in MSN Messenger. I wasn't even in game. I was in MSN Messenger. You guys might not even know what MSN Messenger was, but I was in MSN Messenger with Brad McQuaid and Sigil and the class leads, and I was communicating with them on a daily basis as a kid or a teenager, whatever. And oh my God, dude, when they turned around and so here's the other thing. I've heard creators out there talk about Vanguard and mention how Vanguard was never going to be a fully functioning product because there was no raiding in the game like other MMOs and so on and so forth. And there wasn't. There was no raiding when Vanguard launched. However, the last night of beta testing, before everything came down, Brad and his crew took the 36 of us and put us in a giant empty room. And they spawned this wicked-ass looking dragon in the back of the room on the ground. And it was massive. And the 36 of us are sitting here going, holy cow, is this going to be a raid fight? Are we going to get to do the first raid boss? Brad and his crew were floating avatars in the air. So if you think about my camera screen, they were up here as avatars, as players, floating in the ceiling. I'm getting all giddy about this now. Floating in the ceiling, and we were all down here on the ground, all 34, 35 of us. and this giant-ass dragon was in the middle of the room. And they said, hey, we want to thank you guys for hanging out and helping us build the game. It's been a fantastic trip. We thought we'd show you guys a surprise. And they had myself and another warrior set up the 36 people into a raid to take down this dragon, or at least to fight this dragon. Long story short, I told a story a couple days ago about my first experience in EverQuest with Lady Vox and 700 or 800 other players who tried to kill her. Well, this was kind of similar. We all got organized, we had the group set up, we had everybody fully buffed, we waited for them to say go, they said go. They turned the dragon on, the dragon propped up with the wings, and we ran in. Well, the dragon ate us for breakfast, pooped us out, ate us again, and then pooped us out again. Like, it was utter nonsense. But they fully intended on having raids in the game. And I've heard individuals say that raids were never in the game, and that's not true. There were going to be raids. They just didn't have them fleshed out. Or fleshed out. I keep saying fleshed out, but it's fleshed out. I got a lot of history, man. I'm like the unknown. You know, I'm a little unknown on the internet, but I got a lot of experience. When you say Vanguard, you're referring to Saga of Heroes. Yes, Pika. Yes, Vanguard Saga of Heroes. I can understand that it was such a unique game. The classes were interesting, and is to this day the only where I like the crafting. Yeah, I mean the Blood Mage was just the fact. Vanguard. So you guys have to remember or have to understand. The online gaming universe or whatever was very limited when Vanguard was being worked on. So when Vanguard had a class called the Blood Mage, nobody else knew what the Blood Mage was. Out of the beta testers that we had in there, nobody knew the Blood Mage was going to be what the Blood Mage was, except for the 36 of us and Sigil Games. Nobody else. Blizzard didn't know, SOE didn't know, Squaresoft didn't know, Bethesda didn't know, nobody knew. And I say this specifically because the Blood Mage was a class that has never been duplicated. Nobody has recreated the Blood Mage, and the Blood Mage was such a cool idea. And most people don't know about it because they weren't around when people were actually playing Vanguard. But the Blood Mage was such a cool idea. I just couldn't stand the Blood Mage class lead because we used to fight in MSN Messenger because he had it overpowered, and I kept telling him he needed to make it weaker, and he wouldn't listen to me. And I'm not an angry person, but I knew the Blood Mage was overpowered, and he just would not listen to me. He said the Blood Mage was working as intended and everything was functioning fine. And I said, no, it isn't. I said, I can roll a Blood Mage and I can do group content. That doesn't make sense. You're not supposed to be able to do group content with one character. That's not a group. It's not an army of one. But he wouldn't listen. He was set in his ways. And it was horrible. But the Blood Mage was such a unique class. Anyways, I'm getting all worked up, man. Going down memory lane. I keep going down memory lane. Okay, you're a little close. I need you to walk away. Yeah, you walk away. I want your friend. Uh-oh. Better break. Thank you. What's going on? Hey, Malkale, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. How you guys doing? Merry Christmas to you guys, if you guys celebrate Christmas. And if you don't, Happy Tuesday. Or actually, wait a minute. Where am I? I guess it's Wednesday now. Blood magic is one of my favorite forms of magic next to necromancy. I could get behind that, Ditzy. But like I said, the Blood Mage was just overpowered, and the class lead would not listen to me. And we would spend, I must have spent 9 days in MSN Messenger arguing with him, justifying why he had to tone down the Blood Mage, and he wouldn't do it. And I'm like, man, you were like, dude. was too powerful. It wasn't silly powerful, but it was pretty close. Monsters and Memories has been really good so far. I would give them an ungodly amount of money to have access. And that's, as I was saying earlier, Cooler. If you are a devout and current fanatic for EQ, and you're playing EQ currently, you probably have more of a draw towards Monsters and Memories than you do Pantheon. But if you are looking for the next EQ, you have Pantheon, and that's it. And yes, I know all about EQ3, and the fact that they're working on an EQ3, and the fact that they want to keep EQ3 sort of like EQ1 before today. And I'm all for it, because I'm a huge proponent of EQ1. You guys know I just got through telling you, so I spent the last 9 years streaming EQ with the same guild on 6 different progression servers, because apparently I'm an addict. Hey, J-Tal. Hey, Shadow. I just picked up the game, but having a problem deciding what class to pick. Man, isn't that a fun thing? Isn't that a fun thing, trying to figure out what you're going to play? If you haven't gotten any input, what type of role do you normally play in an MMORPG? And maybe we can help you pick a class to start with. Notice I said start with. SOE had a history about being stubborn with class balance. Just look at EQ1. Enchanter's charming and soloing everything. True, true. J-Tal, love this game. You and me both, J-Tal. Natsuna, Merry Christmas. If you're unaware, Maltail is having a Pantheon Christmas tree reveal tomorrow around 5 p.m. Central. I'd love to have you there. A Christmas tree reveal, like on stream? I should be, wait, what time? 5 p.m. Central. Central is 2 hours, so 7 p.m. I might be there. I should be home by then. What's the most overpowered class in Pantheon? There isn't one. People will have their opinions, but there is not one. No class can progress further than any other class in relatable content. If you're talking what class is solo better than others, you're probably looking at the Necromancer and the Summoner. Probably the Necromancer more so. But even then, you're going to be limited. When I say these classes, I'm not saying them as they're the de facto solo class that's going to give you access to the game. I'm not. That's true. Shamans are another class as well. But what I will say is, if you want to be able to solo, if you want to jump in on a Thursday, you don't want to have to look for a group, you don't want to talk to anybody, you just want to chill, you probably want a Necromancer or a Shaman. Did I just pull 2 mobs? I hope not. I think that's just one caster. Yeah. So, Shaman or Necromancer would be valid choices to start. But you will hit a wall. You will say to yourself, okay, I need to find people. Hence this game being a social MMORPG, which is in the writing. My new fave is watching streams while playing. That's right, Vanguard had the whole job swap thing advertised before Final Fantasy XI. You're correct, Pika. Diplomacy was another thing. So for those who don't know, Vanguard Saga of Heroes had its own Holy Trinity. Now for those who have heard the term Holy Trinity, that's tank, heal, DPS. That's the Holy Trinity. Vanguard Saga of Heroes had adventuring, crafting, and diplomacy. So diplomacy was pretty awesome. You can think of it like 3 rings, like the Olympic rings. You can think of it as 3 rings that intertwined with each other. What that meant was, you could be just an adventurer, you could be just a crafter, you could be just a diplomat. You could be a diplomat and an adventurer, you could be a diplomat and a crafter. You could be an adventurer and a crafter, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. The diplomat ended up going around and playing these card games with all sorts of NPCs all over the world. And the interesting thing was, you had to play these NPCs and win in certain scenarios to collect certain cards to strengthen your deck. It was the equivalent of XPing, or leveling. And then what you would do is, you would take your decks, and you would go around to these different regions and play games with NPCs to generate buffs or modifiers. So as an example, As a master diplomat, one of the cities in Vanguard had an event that required 5 different tournaments, 5 different NPCs to be beaten. So myself and 4 other individuals leveled up our diplomacy, went out and got most of the cards that we needed to get this stuff done, and we went to the town and played these 5 events and won them. When we won them, we were given the option to activate buffs in the city. As an example, one of them would be 5% XP for the next 2 hours. So when the buffs were active in the city, we would advertise out in level chat or OOC, and we would tell the other beta testers, come into the city and get your buffs. Any player that ran into the city and then just ran back out, any player that ran into the city got hit with all the buffs. So if we activated the XP buff, everybody came in, got the XP buff, went out. They had 2 hours of bonus XP, and we manipulated all these different events in order to get these different bonuses all over the world. You could be fighting out in the middle of Thronefast, let's say in Pantheon. You could be at this place where there's nothing, but there might be an NPC next to a hut or sitting up in a tree, and you would go talk to them, and they'd say, hey friend, I haven't seen anybody in a while. Do you play? And then you play the card game with them, and then you beat him, and then he says, hey, you know, I've been sitting on this for a while. Why don't you have it? And then he'll give you an item, or he'll trigger some sort of ability in that area. So if you had players out in the field leveling and working on stuff, and they didn't necessarily have to go back to town to get the buffs, you could trigger the events right there in the world. Like, diplomacy was phenomenal. And again, like with the Blood Mage, nobody's duplicated it. You can think of it kind of like factions, but factions were more for access than anything else. Diplomacy wasn't access. Diplomacy was... It was part of the process. Like, factions are separate. You don't need to have positive faction with Freeport as a high elf. You don't need to have positive faction with Felwith as an ogre. You don't need to have it. You can get it. You can work at it. You don't need it, though, to get through the game. Diplomacy was needed. You couldn't go without diplomacy. There's a reason it was included with adventuring and crafting. And the cool thing was, you could go through the entire game as just a diplomat. You never had to adventure, you never had to find an adventuring group, and you never had to craft. I mean, you wouldn't do that. The addiction would be too real with messing around with that game. Those were some fun times. I'm getting off topic. Let me see what's being typed here. The Chevron mobs are the most overpowered. Yeah, well, I mean, Chevron mobs are their version of group content, right? Chalmers are like ants everywhere. Been hearing Ranger can solo some pretty crazy things. I don't know a whole lot about the Ranger. I've grouped with a couple of Rangers in the last 3 days. They've informed me of the mix of melee and ranged abilities that they have, which is why they jump in and out. But I don't know about, like, soloing content with them. I usually find Rangers in groups. No class can go into a dungeon and start soloing chevrons, which is how you get good. Right. Paladin is not bad to solo. So, I get a lot of people that come in here, because I'm playing a warrior, I get a lot of people that come in here and keep asking me, what's the difference? What's the best tank? Is the warrior the best tank because you're playing the warrior? And I have to keep telling them that, no, the classes are fine the way they are. They're built to play their own unique fashion, but they all serve the same purpose. I haven't played a paladin or a dire lord. I'm ogre warrior for life, period. With that said, I rolled a paladin today for the first time, and I'm probably gonna play him for maybe the first 15 levels just to get an idea, because I want to have more information for when players come in here in the future and say, hey, what's the difference with the tanks? I also want to play a dire lord as well at some point, but I will say with the paladin that I was playing today, that ability that acts as a small heal, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous ability. I went at level 5. I went out to Boar Alley to fight level 9 boars at level 5 or 4. Yep. Nope, no, not you, not you. Yep, you keep walking. You come over here. Come over here. You're far enough away. YOLO. Come here, you. This might be a problem. I think I got an ad. I hope I didn't wipe the group. I don't have a shield up. Sorry, Chad, I gotta focus. This is a fight that could wipe us. Nice job. Man is low. This is not good. Not good, not good, not good. Doesn't help he's armored. I don't have my shield, so for some reason the tank goes down, we're in trouble. This guy's gonna eat me for breakfast. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on. Do I pull aggro? I'm gonna pull aggro. Fantastic. Whew. Great job, all. Oh, man. Woo, hoo, 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 hoo. What do we got? Ogre blood. Hello. +1 stamina. 4 monk. Cleric. Ow. Oh, the ranger's not here anymore. Oh, fantastic. 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 Poor ranger. Ranger missed out. Oh, I'm pulling. That was fantastic. We finally got a staff, Ditsy. That's a phenomenal staff. 3.6 delay with a 17 damage and strength and stamina. That's like like I'm using 19 now, but it's stamina and con. You know what? That staff is faster. Oh, oh, oh. My bad. Gotta do it after the fight. Well, this was worth... Oh, hello. I had to plan that out with the pull because there's 3 other groups up here. I didn't know he had spawned, and I couldn't pull the lesser trash because somebody would have ran up and got him if they'd have seen him. So I had to plan it out to grab him. I didn't mean to grab both, but we were fantastic. That was a fantastic fight. That was fantastic. The healers went out of mana on that one, both of them. I really liked not having to be adventurer to craft or vanguard. Yes, exactly, Rasimo. Not fond of the chevron system. No one's there, so I start pulling the singles. Then some folks show up and we move further in. Ogre Paladin. Can I get it? Paladin will get toned down with the healing. Yeah, that hammer healing ability, man. When I was out there killing the boars at like level 4 or level 5 or whatever, like if you know, the boars are 8 and 9, I think, or 9 and 10. I would swing 3 or 4 times, then heal. Swing 3 or 4 times, then heal. Now, dude's over there, but I don't have a torch. Little guy trying to steal domain. Typical. Trying to be the keyword, right? Staff of Gills will try ninja. Yes, for sure. You guys want random 100? No, because the other tank didn't want it. The other tank told me to take it. I thought I was rolling against a ranger, but the ranger had, I guess the ranger had to take off. So I was the only one that spoke up for it. Your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine. Actually, now that we're out of combat, I want to put that on. Oh, that looks cool. Look at the braiding. There's the braiding on the handle, and then the handle's got a blocker or whatever, a wash blocker wash there. Look, it's hollowed out there, and you can see the weave there. It's like I'm holding an Olympic barbell. You see that? It's like an Olympic barbell, and those are that's the what's it called? Threads? That's the threads. I'm about to be Crushatello. Uh-oh. I'm asleep. Alright, if we pop food, strength is 20. No shield needed. I'm not tanking. I'm in a DPS role. That's why I'm not using a shield. The Olympic pole vault, I know, right? I'm just paranoid being around so many Project 99 players. You know, MMO players will have their gem, right? They'll have their babies. Project 99 has a devout following, just like the people that play WoW Classic. Just like the EQ players that play on all the progression servers as they come out. Every game will have its devout. You know, you can't fault them for it. But anybody who tries to say that Project 99 or even EQ1 is relevant today compared to the newer games, you can't say that. You can say EQ is still unique because there's been no game like it. You can say that. The mold was broken when EQ came out. Nobody tried to duplicate it. That's why WoW and EQ2 became smaller, more intimate, but somewhat technical experiences. You didn't have 72-person raids in WoW. They tried 40. They took it away for a while. They brought it back. I think it's in now. I'm not sure, but I think typically it was 25 players for WoW, 24 players for EQ2. But Project 99 people are still going hard with Project 99. It's like a Star Citizen situation. They keep working on the game. They keep implementing whatever updates they can to the game. But you can't compare Project 99 to what's out there today. I mean, technically speaking, Project 99 is not even a finished game. There are still quality of life issues. There are still things that have to be done with it. So, you know, people that play Project 99 can't hold it against any other game that exists right now. That guy's gonna keep teleporting behind me. I gotta watch for that. Field wipe during the aggro is pulled away after. No. We survived, man. We pulled it off. We pulled it off. It's those devots that scare me. They got addiction for loot. Hey, look, you're talking to somebody who came back to EQ 9 years ago and streamed like an addict on 6 different progression servers. If anybody knows about the addiction of being a zealot, it's me. So you should be afraid of me. Grrr. Like, even this animation, like, we grab the staff properly, we swing it properly, there's no clipping, it goes right around to the hip, and then we reset. Like, that's perfect animation for holding a bow staff. Now, if I sit down, it's probably going to pierce us, which is not perfect animation. Yeah, it's going through our foot. Are the group still back there? That's cleared and I don't see them. That grr was very convincing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh ho ho. What am I doing? It must be late. One change I would personally ask for classes not being race bound. Yeah. There are a number of people who don't like the race class chart. Now, for someone like myself, I actually love it because in my head, that's what I picture things at. The interesting thing is that I found with the race class chart is that ogres are going to be able to be druids. Which, if you come from EQ, you think to yourself, well, that doesn't make sense. But then you got to think about it. Druids tend to be out in nature. The swamp is nature. So it makes sense that ogres and trolls could be druids just in their own respect, right? So it does have its interesting thing with the whole race class restrictions. But I get it. I definitely see your point. A lot of people want to be able to do an ogre paladin. A lot of people want to be able to do a dwarf necromancer, you know? Like, people want to be unique. I get it. But for me, like, me personally, between my ears, I factor in the world and I'm like, that makes sense. I mean, people can turn around and say, well, anything makes sense. It's fantasy. I get it, but they're trying to be like EQ, right? So, you know, the whole race class restriction makes sense. It's not what a lot of people want nowadays. But remember as well, they're not aiming for everybody. Very curious about the druid playstyle. So my understanding is, as far as the druid goes, the cornerstone druid ability, other than teleporting, is going to, or I guess transporting, however you want to look at it, is going to be the tree that they summon. Now the tree, my understanding, operates like the warrior banners. I believe that's the reason why warriors got their banners for early access, because they want to see how the banners interact with the warrior, the group, etc., so they know how the tree's going to act when the druid comes in. I got that information from doing a bit of homework myself. So I know for a fact that they're trying to get the tree right. That's about all I know. I know they plan on having druids and wizards as teleporters. They're not going to have a whole lot of locations, but my understanding is there will be a few locations around the world that they'll be able to teleport to. I've had players tell me that apparently there is something that looks like druid rings over in Wild's End. And of course, you guys have probably seen the white gazebo-type structures, like by the Jacked Rabbit. And I think there's one in the Mage Noob area. I believe those were supposed to be used as extraction points for the 247 project, but I think they're going to use them as possible wizard teleport locations, although I could be wrong. They have a lot of plans for this game. They want multiple continents. We're still dealing with the same continent, and it's not even finished in a completionist sense. Like, ogres are supposed to spawn on a completely different continent. Where ogres and Darkmere spawn now is not their permanent location. That won't be their release location. That's just temporary. Okay, staff is now 54. So that's most of our weapons. I think spear is the only thing we need to level now. Oh, greatsword. I gotta pull the greatsword out of the bank. Great axe needs 3 points. Everything else is up there. Perfect. 20 strength, 17 stamina. Why are we missing stamina? Oh, because of the weapon. I don't understand. The shaman has most of the EQ druid kit. Shaman feels very similar to EQ shaman. I mean, as it should. I mean, really, that's what they're leaning towards, right? Although the shaman has more viability in this game soloing than it does in EQ. You got to remember, playing a shaman, you couldn't solo in the early levels or the mid levels. You had to get up there. I know, because I played 3 different shamans on 4 different progression servers. Right? With these shamans in this game, you can come right out the gate and solo. Respectfully. Oh, I didn't see you. Did I get both of yous? Haha, I'm a genius. Uh-oh. It's a fearer. Ooh, ethereal dagger and slippers. Works. Okay, is there a group over? Yep, there's a group over there. Do we think the higher level population is going to be plentiful tomorrow? I wonder. I'd like to get back into Halmir's. I want to farm the Black Rose. There was nobody in there this evening. Which is understandable because it's Christmas Eve, so people are doing, you know, Christmas stuff. Hey, Jabroni, what's going on? Hmm. Where's the group that was back here? Uh-oh. We got two. Going at a manor camp? Right on. We gotta find a rep. Well, we had a semi-productive day. Wait, what is this stuff? Globe of water. Oh, somebody summoned that. Sellsword's cap. Where did that come from? That's the cloth robe. Those are climbing spikes. 20% climbing speed for 120 seconds. That's interesting. We're going to save those. We don't know what we're going to use those for. Perfect. Okay, stream. I have to take off. It is 20 after 1 in the morning. I have to get up really early in the morning because I have an obnoxiously busy first half of my day. I'd rather sleep through it, but I can't because I am a wuss. Anyhow, to those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. Tomorrow being the 25th, I don't have any plans in the afternoon or the evening, barring snow shoveling, so we'll probably be here. It could be an early start. I'm going to try and record chapter 9 and 10 of that book so I can finish the project and send it back to the author. We'll see what happens there. Anyhow, as always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day. Enjoy the holidays if I don't see you. Merry Christmas and so on. We'll see you on the next stream. Take care.